The following program is for adult audiences only.
Got this feeling, I'm feeling you could be the one. I see no reason why I should ever let you go. I don't wanna wake up if I'm dreaming, because you know I can't get enough of this feeling you're giving me. Don't wanna wake up. I don't wanna wake up, I don't wanna wake up without you, baby, without. I wouldn't know what to, baby, without you. I wouldn't know what to, oh you know, oh you know, oh you know. I wouldn't know what to do. I wouldn't know what to do, baby, without. I wouldn't know what to do. Oh you know, oh you know, oh you know. When you are with me, sometimes I forget to breathe. I'm looking in your eyes, wish you could see the things I see. I don't wanna wake up if I'm dreaming, because you know I can't get enough of this feeling you're giving me. Don't wanna wake up, I don't wanna wake up. Don't wanna wake up without you, baby, without. I wouldn't know what to, baby, without you. I wouldn't know what what you wanna do. I think we're part of something bigger, and now my mind is filled with you. Oh, you know, oh, you know, oh, you know. Oh, you know, oh, you know, oh, you know. Baby, without I wouldn't know what to. Baby, without you I wouldn't know what to. Oh, you know, oh, you know, oh, you know. Baby, without I wouldn't know what to do. Baby, without I wouldn't know what to do. I wouldn't know what to do. Oh, you know, oh, you know, oh, you know. Baby, without.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and it's unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed.
How you doing, everybody?
Both of us spent the past week trying to finally reconfigure everything inside of OBS and our sound settings so we didn't have to fiddle fart with it before and during the show every single week. Holy
Fiddle
cow.
fart, that's a good saying. Fiddle fart.
Holy cow, was that a
Fiddle
lot of
fart
work.
the dangle clacks. Oh,
Fiddle
God,
fart
aye.
the dangle clocks
Fiddle-
away.
That's the one. Fiddle fart the tango clacks.
All of them
You mean-
are gone. Well, so far. We can't say
Like
for
I
sure
said-
until it's...
Touch wood.
And we got some new special effects for you guys to try out and chat.
Yep.
We're all about no smoking here, right? So maybe we should have, you know, a no smoking special effect that gets put onto the screen. If it works. What's going on here? It didn't work.
What? Oh, no.
There it goes. Why didn't it fire with the check command?
That's odd.
I don't know.
Very odd.
But it's working.
See, you mentioned dangle clacks. You see? You mentioned them. You've cursed with, as Mallory has just said.
We're going to curse them away. I'm telling you. Oh, so now it fires automatically.
There we go. We're away.
I don't know. I don't know what's going
The
on.
wonders of technology. The wonders of technology.
The wonders of technology.
Yeah,
And then
awesome.
once you start creating different effects, they all go put into different queues, and it's like some will fire, and some will wait for the other one to get done before it fires. And it's just like, holy moly.
Exactly.
All right. Well, that one didn't work. Kenny's got buttons. He's got all kinds of buttons to push this week.
There you go.
And worst case scenario, we just have a blue screen.
Oh, hell no.
Show's over.
Uh-oh. Game over.
Hey, what the heck? It is what it is. It doesn't. Oh, yeah, I had it set to ignore internal commands. Okay, well, I'll fix that later.
See?
You guys can still fire it.
You
I sent it
see?
out there. You understand what it is. But so anyway, what's today's show about? That's the focus here. What is today's show about? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to tell you, besides the spam marketing on my phone, we are all suffering from, are you ready for it?
Come on.
Electronic nicotine delivery system Stockholm Syndrome. We're all guilty of it. We all have Stockholm Syndrome. We've been persecuted and molested our entire life because of our choice to light up a cigarette.
Vaping is better than smoking.
We love smoking. We enjoyed smoking. And when we realized they weren't lying when they said this was going to kill you, we started feeling the health effects of it. We found something that empowered us to quit smoking. So we're not smokers anymore. But deep inside of our brain,
Hallelujah.
we haven't overcome our Stockholm Syndrome. We haven't overcome the trauma that we've been subjected to our entire lives. And even when we're out there advocating for the single best way to quit smoking, we are still victims, traumatized victims that are constantly trying to compromise with people for no good reason. The science is crystal clear, especially when you talk about things like cancer. 0.4% the risk of smoking is what you're going to get from vaping. Our alcohol segment that we do every single week has a higher risk of cancer than vaping does. But you see people constantly saying, oh, well, let's compromise. We can compromise on this. And we shouldn't advertise this. We shouldn't do this. We should have some tax on it. Why? There's no harm.
Exactly.
There should be no tax. There should be no penalty for our choice to continue to consume nicotine. Especially when you take a look at the potential health benefits.
But they already do it with cars. If you've got an electric car or a very low emission car, you don't pay tax because it's less harmful. Yet you've got a vape device that's less harmful, and now they want to fucking tax it.
They're doing that in Ohio, mate. If you own an electric car in Ohio, when you go to renew your license for your license plate for it, your registration for that vehicle, because of the fact that your car will never use and pay gasoline tax, now they expect you to pay your tax. You don't have road tax like you do. Our road tax is in the taxes they put on gasoline. So now you got an electric car, and you're never going to buy gasoline, so you're never going to pay road tax. So, well, we've added a nice special fee just for electric cars on your registration because we want to make sure we collect your tax money too, despite the fact that it's, better for the environment. right? That's what they're pushing. The hypocrisy is everywhere. They're literally
crazy,
stealing
man. It's
our
absolutely
rights away
crazy.
from us. They're stealing our money from us. Multiple taxations, one on top of the other. You pay tax when you buy your house. You pay tax every year for the property tax for your home. And I'm not talking about your school tax. I'm talking about just plain old tax. Why? You already bought the home. It's yours. Now you're going to have to pay a tax to keep it? No, thank you. So it's time for us to recognize that we all have Stockholm Syndrome, and we'll cover that in the news if you don't know what that is. And it's time for us to truly vape free. Be free of all this oppression and all of this suffering that they constantly want to inflict on us. We should be treated no differently than an asthmatic who walks around with an albuterol inhaler.
Yeah. I'm just getting attacked by me dog. I do apologize. He's just
no apologies necessary, mate. Because that's the other thing I got accomplished this week. As you can tell, I got a frog in my throat because the wife was sick last week and a half. So naturally, I'm trying to fight it off, and so far, knock on wood, I've been okay with it. Not quite feeling, under the weather, but not quite feeling normal either.
We'll lie down. Good boy. We'll lie down.
Happy Hippie, hello and welcome. Chuck Hargis, hello and welcome.
Hello.
William Dobson, Michael Redfern, Vape Pile, Mallory Gates, Neil Pitts, Dusty Country Road, Cheryl Demers, Al Ben, Darren D, Jason Vapes, and Michelle Elliott. So wonderful to have all of you guys here today.
Before we go on, I've got another Prezi for you. I've just discovered it. I forgot I ordered them.
Ah, all right, mate.
It's not like vaping. This is technical, right? I thought I was going to get one, but the sent is 3.
Ooh, fancy. That is nice. Mine's a little one.
And colors. I mean, the sent is like 3 of the same. I don't understand why, but I'll stick one of them in your box if you want one. You can have one of them.
Yeah, the only one I got is a little tiny one like this, with the different colors.
Oh, no.
Supposed to color match.
Get that up there on your camera.
That's got all of them.
Hey, look at that. It works well on my camera. Look at the focus on your camera. It's mint, isn't it? But yeah, I'll give you one of them, buddy. I've just looked and I thought, where'd they come from? I just looked. I thought, ooh.
And that's not to be confused with the sensor. If you guys see something needs censored,
oh no,
put it in the sensors.
Yep, sure. Sorry. Censored.
So they look the same, don't they? Same test pattern,
exactly
kind
the same. Exactly the same. You sent 3 of them.
Nice.
So, you can have one of them. Mate.
Yeah, so it's been a busy week, and I got the bumper set up. I got a new bumper for our pet section. I got a new bumper for our hand checks. Which, by the way, if you guys haven't already done it, William Dobson's the only one who's posted on Facebook. Drop your hand checks and drop your dad jokes and drop your pets for inclusion in the show. Always welcome to see a bunch of new friendly faces out there. What do you say, mate? What else happened this week besides us fighting with OBS and Windows? Anything interesting?
Pretty much it. Like I say, I have upgraded the H24 wherever we are now. So it's been a bit of John, putting it back. That's for you, William. That's for William.
The mods just banned William Dobson.
That's for William. Who likes the zappers? Have revenge.
And if any of you all have birthdays out there, we got the birthday shout out overlay fixed as well.
Oh,
so
yes.
We'll be able to do birthday celebrations.
You've got to see it. You've got to see it, guys.
I've seen it before. It's just another layer of je ne sais quoi on top of what we already had.
He's just a little bit of fine tuning.
Yeah. You just take it up one notch. Little by little. We'll end up having
I haven't yet, William. I haven't yet, William, because I was like kind of getting loads of brain fart off it all. But yes, I will look. I will look.
Yeah, Vic's been talking about that. He said he's going to work his way through the whole thing to try and read all the language in there and try and understand exactly what's happening and when.
I reckon it's quite. Long.
Yeah, they've been working on it. Yeah, and I saw that Fagan got his channel back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure me bitching about it had nothing to do with it.
Well done, Fagan.
Yeah, Fagan's back.
Yeah, 200 odd pitch. Fagan's back. Hallelujah. I like Fagan. He's all right.
History, man. You know how much history is wrapped up in his channel as long as he's been doing this?
This is what I mean.
I'm on the do not call list, and I still get all these calls.
This is what paid everybody off when YouTube brought the new terms of use in. They were penalise you for all your historical videos long before these new rules. They were all under a different set of rules then, and all of a sudden they umbrella them under the new rules. You can't do that. It was different time, different rules.
And I seriously hope, man, I've already had people ask me, they're like, hey, man, we voted Trump in and nothing's changed. What's going on? This is crap. We shouldn't have voted for him. You realize that the senators and the House of Representatives don't take office till January 6th. So this is a lame duck session. The old farts are there, but won't do anything because they know who got voted out and who didn't. And the new guys aren't there yet.
Technically,
Trump doesn't get sworn in until January 20th.
Yeah. Biden's still your president until January. It's his administration.
So if we end up in World War III, it's Biden's fault and Kamala's fault.
Exactly.
Because they let that happen.
Because he's just give Ukraine permission to use missiles. You know what I mean? Idiot. I think that's what he's done, you know. He's give Ukraine, couldn't get my words out there, permission to use the American missiles, so he has nice World War III sitting on the lap of President Trump to deal with. What a way to go.
Michael's right. People are stupid as shit. And the people that aren't stupid as shit, most of them don't give a fuck about anything but themselves. You try and talk to them about anything. Not even, it doesn't matter whether it's vaping or whether it's politics, whether it's about even the weather changing, the weird weather that we have. They don't want to hear it. They're too busy.
Nope. Well, they've all got their own agenda, haven't they, so to speak.
Man, whatever happened to the days, like when we were kids, we were taught about, don't ask what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Serve. Civil servants. Become a civil servant. Yep. Volunteer. Your local fire company, ambulance service, your Rotary Club, whatever. Try and help the community out. Make the place better for the next generation.
No, it's me, now. Me, now. Fuck everybody else. Me, now. That's what it is.
Yeah, people working 3 jobs just to, put food on the table, pay their bills, and have a vehicle to drive.
Exactly.
Yep. And like here in Pennsylvania, they're not done counting. The lawyers and the judges have already been going berserk ever since the election because they're like, you still have outstanding votes and you have people that didn't register in time, so they're provisional ballots. And the judges finally like, nah, man, you can't sit here to wait till January to finish counting the votes. We have a system. Count the votes you got. Finish. Get it done.
Well, that's it. If people haven't voted, then it's their problem. They've got no right to twist and whinge when everything doesn't go their way. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Same as in London. Everyone is pissed at the mayor of London, yet out of 12 million, he only got 1 million votes. So where's the other 11 million people?
Exactly.
Meanwhile, this was a historic vote for our county. 84% of the registered voters in our county showed up on election day and voted or sent their stuff in ahead of time. Wow. 84%.
That's a big turnout. But just goes to show the state of what people think. You know what I mean? Everybody's pissed off. They want to change. So, and I think that's exactly what happened here with Labour. Everybody was pissed off with the Tories. They wanted to change. And now they've just got to eat humble pie now, haven't you? You voted them in, so get on with it.
Yeah.
Simple
Here's your
as.
change. And
They've
that's
done
the
it.
thing. Just because we vote somebody in doesn't mean that we're going to agree with them the rest of the time they're in office. Matter of fact, we're going to hold them to the fire if they do something contrary to what they campaigned on. Most people stop paying
Like the
attention as soon
farmers
as they
here
get
in
done
the UK.
voting. And they're just waiting
I've been
for
in
the
2
day
minutes,
when they go
yeah.
to the grocery store and the prices drop. Well, how are they going to get the prices to drop?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Our government haven't been in 2 minutes and they're screwing the farmers already.
Yeah, you were telling
And
me about that
wasn't
right
in
before the show.
manifesto. Yeah, they're screwing them out. The inheritance tax. Okay.
Yeah, it's an inheritance tax on private, family farmers. When somebody passes away, grandpa passes away, and they pass the farm on to the offspring. Well, now they're going to have to pay an inheritance tax because, well, that's the only way the corporations are going to be able to get access to these fields. These family farms can't afford that 20%, so they're going to have to sell off 20% of their farm in order to cover the taxes for the inheritance. And guess who's going to buy up that land? The big corporate farmers that are out there. Family won't sell to them, so they're going to find a different way to get it. Lawfare. Utterly preposterous.
But the ironic thing is, these are not like commercial farms that are doing like all the linseed oil and rape. These are commercial farms that are providing food for the country. Your beef, your lamb, your vegetables. These are the farmers they're hitting. So,
and then the thing is, when they own it all, or Bill Gates owns it all, then we're going to be subject to whatever prices they feel like charging, because you don't have a choice unless you want to grow your own. That's what my parents did the whole time I was growing up. I had 1.5 acres of land, and 1 acre of that was nothing but tilled up soil for corn and apple trees and plum trees and pear trees and potatoes and everything.
Well, my friend's father, he used to have an allotment, like we call them allotments here. It's like where you get a big, massive vegetable plot, but on a bigger scale. And he used to grow all his fresh veg and everything, man. It's a total different. It's night and day compared to what you get now.
It was like 10 or 15 years ago. There was a program that was on TV, and it wasn't on for very long, but it legit showed people that live in, tight cities, how they use their small backyards and actually grow their own fruits and vegetables there on a, multi-layered scale. And they just rotate, flats of plants every day. They come out, water it and take care of it.
Yeah, it's just starting to become a big thing now. Obviously, with the price of food and everything, more people are starting to grow their own, and it's simple.
And that's what got hydroponics started. You go out and buy a couple PVC tubings and you link them all together and throw some hose in the one end, and you just run the water through it, and the nutrients are in the water, and the plants are all like in a ladder rack across where your fence line would have been. Get sun, 60 days later, they're out there picking their tomatoes or their green beans or their peas. Job done. And now I'm making Michael Redfern hungry. It is your lunch break, mate. Pull out a sandwich.
Yeah.
Have some soda or
have
something.
some peanuts.
Or we can stop talking about food and get into the news.
Yeah, go on the news because it'll give me a chance to let this dog out because he wants to be out.
As we go. Rage sweat time for sure, ladies and gentlemen. Since I quit smoking, 32,496,133 people have died from smoking combustible tobacco. Wow. And the number is still 0 for the number of people that have died from nicotine vaping. Despite what the ants would like people to fucking believe. Oops.
Yeah. That one will never change, mate.
I couldn't even get 2 minutes into the news segment without swearing already.
Uh-oh. That's not a good sign.
That's because we are all, this is according to the Cleveland Clinic, we are all suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome is a coping mechanism to a captive or abusive situation, which we all are. We're still in the same situation. Despite the fact that we quit smoking, we're still under the same abusive conditions. We have a product that we use to improve our health. Therefore, this is a therapeutic good that is sold over the counter so that we don't die from smoking. People develop positive feelings towards their captors or abusers over time. And this condition applies to situations including child abuse, coach-athlete abuse, relationship abuse, sex trafficking, and ex-smokers. Needs to be added to that list. Because we go to the store, we want to go buy, a delicious ready-made e-liquid so that we can put it into our vape and not smoke cigarettes, because it's just pure, clean nicotine with some flavoring that keeps us interested. And you can't do that without paying, excise tax and artificial tax and 40% wholesale price tax that's built into the price when you go to buy it at the store. Does the albuterol inhaler at the pharmacy have all this excess taxes applied simply because somebody's an asthmatic? So then why are we allowing them to tax these products when we're just ex-smokers? Right?
Exactly.
Smoking,
we're just ex-smokers.
And tobacco addiction is classified as a health condition. And we're simply trying to get the product that keeps us from smoking. And some of us may choose to do this because of the health benefits that we've seen demonstrated in multiple scientific studies, whether it be for ADHD or Alzheimer's or depression or Parkinson's or ulcerative colitis. There's a whole host of conditions why somebody would choose to consume nicotine on a regular basis, right? Treatment includes psychotherapy, talk therapy, and medications if needed. No, how about we just stop the abuse before we talk about treatment for Stockholm Syndrome? It's time for us to force these people to stop traumatizing our lives and our livelihoods and our well-being. It's ridiculous. Learned helplessness. How many times do you see people out there advocating for vaping that are constantly going, well, I think this would be a good compromise? No compromise. Why are you trying to compromise with these assholes? Somebody posted something earlier this week, and I'm like, you know what? Talking with a prohibitionist and trying to reason with a prohibitionist is kind of like playing chess with a pigeon. It just dawdles all over the place, knocking shit over and squirting shit everywhere. They need to go away. They need to stop their bullshit. They are inflicting suffering on other human beings on this planet. And I think that should be the crime, not us choosing to consume nicotine. It's utterly preposterous that we're essentially exhibiting battered person syndrome.
Without a doubt.
Right? Isn't that what's going on here? When you stand back and look at it, and you stand back and truly understand the science and realize they told you not to compare it to other things in life, but you know what? That's what I love to do because I come to realize there is no harm. Show me the harm. It's an addictive chemical. Yeah, it's addictive. And just like, the pain pills that you take when you suffered an injury and you're in pain. So you're going to take that pain pill because you don't want to suffer from pain. And just like an asthmatic, when they can't breathe, they have to take their albuterol inhaler so they can breathe. How is that different than what we're doing here? It's not. Stop giving in to our oppressors. Stop having positive feelings towards people like Tahir Turk. Because he knows the truth. He just doesn't give a shit. His whole goal in life is to make you feel miserable, to piss you off, to push your buttons.
Yeah. Totally agree with that one.
Stop having sympathy for tobacco control. They've conned you into all these beliefs that are now scientifically demonstrated as bullshit. So it's time for us to hold them to the fire and call them out on their bullshit. But we keep having flashbacks. How many times, Kenny and I, just right before the show, we go and we take a drag of this? And I was describing about, how I clean my cameras, and sometimes I blow the smoke right at the camera, and I'm like, dumbass, it's not smoke. But because of, the Stockholm Syndrome that we have, it's so ingrained in our brain that when we exhale, we're blowing smoke. And that right there is the proof why we still need to keep using this. So that we don't kill ourselves. Because if this all went away and we ended up having a really crappy day or somebody passed away in our family and we were under some major duress, our instinctive coping mechanism is to take a break, consume a little nicotine, boost our mood, and then find a way to calmly deal with our situation.
Yep.
But if all this stuff is gone, you know damn well you're going to end up stopping in a gas station, picking up a pack of cigarettes and lighting that sucker up. And it's only going to take one cigarette, and you're going to be back on smoking a pack a day.
All it takes, one and you're hooked.
And it's not because of the nicotine. It's because of all the other things that are inside that cigarette and are created when you light that tobacco on fire. It's the MAOIs. And it's all the other chemicals that are not only present in the curing process of tobacco, but are added in by the tobacco companies just to give you a little extra boost of that reinforcement. Yes, it's the nicotine that causes the dopamine reaction, but it isn't that makes it addictive. It's the pyrazines that are in the curing process and then supplemented by the tobacco companies and sprayed on all the leaves because they know that once that pyrazine gets lit on fire, that's what creates the reinforcing effect of the nicotine that we're consuming. There's no scientific study out in the entire planet about somebody that participated in a scientific study where they wore a nicotine patch and then were addicted at the end of the study. It's bullshit because it can't happen without all these other chemicals.
Well, there's
I'm not
another
even
thing.
talk about, how it's diagnosed.
In a cigarette, you might not, if you're smoking, you might not be actually addicted to the nicotine. You might be addicted to whatever other shit they've got in to keep you addicted. You don't know, do you? Could be anything.
How to recognize and break traumatic bonds. A trauma bond typically follows a cycle and rests on an imbalance of power. That's exactly what tobacco control is. There's a significant imbalance of power. They won't even let us go to their COP meetings where they decide what the next course of action is going to be on all the governments in the world. We are the definition of a valued stakeholder in this conversation, and Well, we're not allowed to, voice our opinion on the subject. Excuse me?
Hell no. No. Don't want
How is that not an abusive relationship? It's time for us to recognize this bond for what it is. And the getting help part is you need to get other people to stop being so lackadaisical and actually take 5 minutes a day and inform the public on all the misinformation that's out there. That's the only way we're going to win. To be a bug in these politicians' ears, to let them know the truth. Here's the science. Here's exactly what the truth is. Don't believe what Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids is saying. They're a self-licking ice cream cone. They're only in it so that, they can keep collecting their master settlement money and keep, misinforming the public so that, it's constant cycle of fear and ridiculous laws and taxes and prohibition. For what? What has that ever done for anybody? Did it stop us from smoking? We didn't give a shit.
Nope.
Cigarettes. Cigarettes here are now like $10 a pack. You go to New York, it's like $13, $14, and $15 a pack. You go to Australia, it's $60 a pack. Did it actually stop people from buying cigarettes and make them quit? No.
Nope.
It just created a black market. And that's exactly what they're doing now with the vapes and exactly what they're doing with all the taxes that they're putting on. £2.20 per 10 mil for e-liquid in the UK?
Crazy, yeah.
They're holding the red carpet out for the black market.
And they want to smoke-free Britain. That's
ain't gonna happen.
No.
Cyclical nature, power imbalance. Do you feel happy or do you feel unhappy? And may not even like your partner any longer. We don't like cigarette smoking any longer, do we? We want to be done with it, but they won't let us.
True. It's another way of looking at it, isn't it?
And that's the whole goal of today. We're going to take that lens, we're going to remove our trauma goggles, and we're going to see things from the perspective of if we were an asthmatic and this was our albuterol, would you stand for the bullshit that you hear and see constantly surrounding you? Well, it's reasonable for them to tax this, because, it does cause harm. Okay, then where's the tax on alcohol? Where's your £2.20 per 10 milliliters of alcohol tax? Oh, you're not going to do that? What? How about the pharmaceutical products that they tell us that we're supposed to take because it's good for us, because, when we're sick, that's the only way we can, solve our problem and get better. Where's the tax on that? Look at all the side effects they have on the leaflets and the pamphlets. If you're going to tax the harm on everything. And then you're going to find out how ridiculous you are when you say, oh, we need to put a new tax on our vapes to keep it from the kids. Really?
Look at that excuse as well.
Did that work for anything else you've ever tried it on in the past? Of course not.
Hell no. In fact, the UK government went the opposite way on alcohol. They reduced the price of a pint of beer by a penny. So they made it cheaper by a penny. I know it's not much, but they made it cheaper.
And alcohol consumption has a higher risk of cancer than your vape. Lifetime usage.
Exactly.
And I'm not even talking about like the lifetime usage like an alcoholic would use. Just 1 or 2 drinks a week, like they tell you is, good for your health. It's enough so that the benefits still outweigh the risk of getting cancer from it.
Yeah, that's right, William, only on draft beer. But when you think about it, the reason they're not touching alcohol is because all your MPs and all your high and mighty wealthy are, you know, shall we say, refined drinkers. They like a little bit of a scotch and, you know, and a nice couple of bottles of wine.
And
all
just
that
like
stuff,
here in
you
the
know,
States on cigars, you notice how all the politicians smoke
Exactly.
cigars and there's never any tax increase on the cigars.
Exactly.
Time for all this hypocrisy to
The ironic
end.
thing is, when they go out and wine it down, they'll probably put it down as expenses anyway, so they still don't pay for it anyway.
I love this one.
Wow.
This website sits here and talks about what are the signs of trauma bonding in an affair. So they're not even talking about, you know, your monogamous relationship with your spouse. They're talking about, well, how do you know that you're being abused when you decide to have an affair with somebody? Huh? Affair relationships are full of intermittent highs and lows. You get his love, and then he goes back to his wife and his family.
Hang on. Well, I don't agree with that.
I don't either. How do you know it's he?
They're blaming the man. It's not just the man. It's the woman that has an affair. No.
How do you know it's the woman that's not, you know, going out back to her wife and family? And in today's day and age, that is even more so true. Why are they assuming that, you know, there's only heterosexual couples out there?
Well, this is it. Sexist comment. You're right, William.
We're trying to earn the love and approval of tobacco control. Why? They're the ones that have been abusing you your whole life. Being held with a higher importance in their eyes. Avoiding the hurt that they're going to continue to cause no matter what you do. You give them an inch, they're still going to take a mile. Compromising with them has done nothing but decimate the vaping industry here in the States. No compromise. We're doing this for our health, and you have no right to impede on that. Period. Stop agreeing with tobacco control. When you know that you want to disagree with it, you shouldn't have to pay an extra penny for your e-liquid to keep it out of kids' hands. It's already illegal for the kids to have it. Go after the parents that are letting their kids have it, if you have a problem with it. Your affair partner constantly tests your boundaries. Does tobacco control constantly test our boundaries? They try and get, you know, one flavor eliminated, and, well, as soon as they got one, then they can go after the rest of them. We're only allowed to have tobacco mint and menthol. What? Where's that arbitrary decision come from? I don't like any of those.
Horrible.
And I'd say 97% of the vapors out there would agree with me. No more. This is unhealthy behavior. We need to recognize it as such and stop agreeing with these fart knockers. Because it stinks. There's no justification for what they're doing. And I see red flags all the time.
Definitely.
Activists and advocates out there for vaping constantly give in to the bullshit that's out there. Well, if it keeps the kids from, you know, picking up vaping, no, it's against the law for the kids to pick it up. Period. That job is done. If it doesn't work, maybe you should go back and find out why. And deal with that problem, not this one. Why are we addicted to their bullshit? We know why they're addicted to it and doing it. Go ahead and say what you were saying.
Bullshit is they're saying things that you'd like to hear, you want to hear, but they don't even fucking mean it, do they?
So say what you feel.
Exactly.
You don't need to hold back. Because if you hold back, they've already won. You often feel confused. They told us if they tax it, then they were going to be happy because the tax was going to be enough to keep it out of the kids' hands. But that didn't work. So now Canada is legit fighting a national flavor ban. I'd like to go and visit Canada sometime, and I am not going up there with tobacco, mint, or menthol in my vape. Why are they making us criminals for our health decision?
Basically what they're doing, they're criminalizing vaping at the end of the day.
That's exactly what they're doing. Tension building and another incident that pisses you off. Then you have reconciliation. Oh, well, we didn't make the ban as strict as we wanted, so it's okay. Or we didn't make the tax as bad as we wanted. Yeah. We asked for a £2.20 tax, but it's only going to be a 22-cent tax. No, it should be zero tax. Not £2.20, and certainly not 22 cents.
No.
Stay calm. That's easy to say if you've removed yourself from the abuse, but we can't. This is what we need to not smoke cigarettes. So anyway, despite the fact that we're all victims of this abuse, I want to show you to a very encouraging statistic. I tweeted it earlier this week. How many vapors around the globe do you think there are today? Last time we looked, it was 82 million. Where do you think we stand today?
Oh, I'm going to go... I say we'll push the 100 million barrier. Shot in the dark. 98. There you go.
What do you mean the page could not be found? That's all right. I got you covered. Don't worry.
Bastard. Another problem, that. Censorship.
You and your censorship can kiss off. Ready? There you go. Have a nice day. Here's the report. 227 pages of it. I skimmed the whole thing already, so you don't have to, because I want you to see this one figure right there.
Estimated number of videos.
Estimated number at the end of 2023, 114 million. We're now coming up on 2024, and I bet you that's over 120 million.
Wow.
So from 2021 until now, look how high it's gotten. In the last 6 years, it has doubled.
Holy shit. That's like...
Despite all the bans, all the prohibitions, all the taxes, all the flavor bans, 120 million people every single day use this instead of lighting a cigarette on fire. Tobacco control is nothing but a con. They are not winning. All they're doing is making everyone miserable and wasting our time and energy when all you need to do is get the fuck out of the way. And guess what? People are going to learn about this. And as soon as they try it and they stick with it, cigarette smoking will be done. Rip Trippers is right. Vaping is the future, and the future is now. Get the fuck out of the way is the part that he left off.
Exactly.
Just get the fuck out of the way.
Leave me alone.
Leave us alone. Go deal with some other problems in society that we need to deal with. So, something that I took a look at in there that I thought was really interesting was, cited sources. Everything in here is cited. Where did all this stuff comes from? And that's, me. I want to know. Where did you get that information from to make that graph? So I'm like looking at that. I'm like, okay, cool. Cited sources. Where's number 130? Because that's what they use to cite it. Like, this is a useless fucking thing right here. Who? 2014. Where? Where is that documented? Just because, they said it in 2014, that doesn't let somebody verify the authenticity of what you said, right? And I understand why they do that, because the WHO's constantly taking shit out that they said. Here we go. Well, why didn't you actually write what the name of that study was? Huh?
Yeah. Would make sense.
Sure. It would make sense. Except, see, I've seen that study. I've read that study before. Global survey of consumer organizations advocating for safer nicotine products. And how puny it is compared to tobacco control. We talked about this before. There's a total of 52 active organizations identified in the entire world fighting for vaping. That's it. The total global funding for all tobacco harm reduction organizations was a mere $309,810 for the entire planet. I see a problem with that.
A big one.
Look how much money they're making off of these vapes, off the e-liquid that they sell us. Why aren't they funding the advocacy that's going to keep them in business? Why is it that we have to stand up for our right to human health, for our right to free speech, for our right to choose what we put inside our body with our own money? Where's the advocacy from the industry making money off of it?
Anyway. It, isn't it? Makes you wonder where it's all going.
Well, that's one of the reasons why you can buy 120 ml bottles for £5. Because they're not really making jack shit on it. Because their whole goal is to get you to quit smoking and to keep you from going back to smoking. So they're happy with making £1 on a fucking 120 ml bottle or 100 ml bottle.
Yep.
They sell 10,000 of those a month. They got enough to make a living. Because they're also selling like 20 flavors of it.
The e-liquid is the money maker for the vape shops. That's their bread and butter.
You must be a subscriber to access this content. Really? No, I don't. Because I saw the whole fucking article before you popped an ad in my face, which means this is going to work. And now I just need to stop you from putting the pop-up in my face because I just want to read what you had on the page. So,
like that,
job done. Denver's vape madness is something we're going to get to talk about today. Because the New England Journal of Medicine, whose credibility on all matters, medical approaches, the unimpeachable, published a study last February authored by 21 doctors and assorted medical researchers which examined the utility of electronic nicotine delivery systems, known by us laymen as vape products, used to help people quit smoking. And bottom line is, the addition of vaping to standard smoking cessation counseling resulted in a greater abstinence in other words, people that actually fucking quit, than smoking cessation counseling alone, including when they gave them patches and pills and all this other crap. Because we all know from firsthand experience, none of that shit worked for us. It might have got us to quit for a day or a week or a month, but we were miserable the whole time. And then you picked up a vape and go, oh, shit, strawberry cheesecake. Oh, I love that shit. And then when you did this exclusively for an entire weekend, then you come back and you find out everything tastes different now and everything tastes fantastic.
Yeah.
And yeah, we saw that scientific study before too. I think we talked out on the show here, where Nancy Rigotti, the director of Tobacco Research and Treatment Center, Massachusetts General Hospital, I know it was talked about in the E-Cig Summit, professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, and internationally recognized expert on tobacco use and treatment, penned an article highlighting the findings in which she wrote, the available evidence indicates that switching completely from smoking combustible cigarettes to vaping nicotine e-cigarettes substantially reduces a person's exposure to tobacco toxins, reduces respiratory symptoms, and reverses smoking-related psychological changes. And you talk to people that have been vaping for 10 or 20 years, and you guess what? It reverses all the health conditions to a certain degree that you got from smoking cigarettes. So when they go in and they get a chest X-ray after 10 or 20 years of vaping and not smoking, the radiologist can't tell that they ever picked up a cigarette in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty persuasive stuff. Meanwhile, the city and county of Denver, which is reflexively attracted to malarious ordinances geared toward such things as enforcing self-improvement, any resident of our county that doesn't go and use the recreational parks is going to have to pay a tax, a fee, for not using our parks and staying healthy. You laugh. I'm sure there's cities around here that have tried to push shit like that on us already. Social engineering and the happiness of geese, irrespective of the derivative costs, is contemplating a ban on the sale of flavored vaping products. The typical argument, ventilated in fervish tones, is, well, flavors attract the young people, and banning them is going to dissuade teenage use, because the fact that it's illegal hasn't done shit. So now we need to remove the rights of, law-abiding ex-smokers in order for us to feel better about ourselves, to control what teenagers do. And anybody of you out there that have had teenagers know, teenagers are going to do what teenagers want to do. They don't give a shit, in the end, what you say or do. Your decades of raising them to be who they are, they only go so far. And if they make a choice to do something, even if it's just an experiment, well, they're going to do it. And there ain't a damn thing you can do to change their mind. What proponents of the ban have thus far failed to come up with is any set of reassuring statistics that it'll indicate their ordinance will, in fact, actually deter teenagers from partaking in the forbidden and the already forbidden substances.
The thing is, when you're a teenager and you do that stuff, it's like there's a rush, there's a thrill, you're breaking the law and all that stuff. Because I noticed, right, when I started drinking, when I was actually started to drink, I was about 14, 15, when I started drinking alcohol. We used to sneak about and, try and get booze, whichever way we did, raid your mum and dad's booze cabinet or get somebody at the corner shop and buy some booze, and we sneaked about, and it was, there was a thrill and a rush. And as soon as you turned legal age of drinking, it become boring. You stop doing it. You were like,
yeah.
Why
am I going to take my entire paycheck and dump it at the bar and then feel like crap for 2 days. For what?
Exactly.
This is stupid. Now I need a new set of tires on the car, and, well, I left it at the bar last week, so you're going to have to wait. No.
But you lost that thrill, didn't you, in the rush and then?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm naughty.
It was prohibited. And that's the thing. These people don't understand. When they make such fanfare about this is the whole reason the DARE program failed miserably in this country. You're basically introducing a forbidden fruit to a whole new audience that might not have never even considered it.
Yeah.
Until you pointed it out, you know, what might happen if you did it. And then they like meet somebody that actually has done it and they go, they're not dead. What's the fuss about? Well, I got to try this.
But again, it was like you said, it was that little thrill, that little rush. You know, it wasn't just drinking alcohol. You know, when you weren't a smoker, you know, you went around sneaking cigarettes out your mum, dad's pack or whatever, and it even spread across to movies. You know, have you seen the new, like an example, The Exorcist? You know, the big hoo-ha when that was released. There was more people under the age of 18 seeing that than what there was fucking adults. So, you know,
and everybody out there in chat, I want you to put your hand up how many times you got so pepped up and so riled up because you heard about something, and then you go and you partake in it, and you go, what?
Yeah.
Why would... Yeah, that's beyond being let down. And we're not talking yet about, you know, the Mike Tyson fight. That's a whole nother conversation for the dad joke section. But I mean, that's the exact same scenario. You get all worked up and you're like looking forward to this and I'm like, oh yeah, I get to finally go see it. And then you saw it and it was like, that was a waste of time.
They build you up for a fall. They're basically building you up for a fall. They're setting you up for a fall, aren't they, at the end of the day?
I thought it was pretty interesting here. Talking about the economic considerations at play here, right? You know, because we've given into these assholes and they tax the fuck out of everything that we want to go and purchase because, you know, they can. And we don't have a choice in it but to pay it. It's kind of like, you know, all the charges that come on your electric bill. You've got the generation charge, you got the distribution charge, you got the administrative fee, you got all these other taxes, and you got, you know, what the hell fee. And then they have the audacity to throw in a little flyer in the back that says, you know, the line that comes to your house isn't actually covered by us. Like I got that in my gas bill this month. You're not insured for the gas line that comes from the street to your house. Our job is only to supply it at the street. It's your job, if that line goes bad, to replace it. So if you want, you can, you know, pay us $5 a month. And then if and when it goes bad, then, you know, we'll dig it up and replace it for free. What? You mean you're not actually responsible to bring the gas to the edge of my house, to the outer part where the meter goes? No, that's not our job.
No.
What?
No, that's your job. Yeah, that's
so. Anyway,
you're the end user.
If they get their wish to ban this in the city limits, passage of this ordinance would force the closure or relocation of most, if not all, of the city's 50 small independently owned vape shops, right? Which currently bring in around $13 million in city sales tax. What?
Wow.
The city of Denver collects $13 million in sale tax of vaping products from 50 stores? Holy shit.
Out.
And that's not talking about all the jobs that these 50 stores give to the employees that are there. And they're willing to give all that up to protect the kids who don't give a fuck about whether it's banned or not. Because if they did, well, they wouldn't be using it because it's already illegal for them. No wonder they're not going to give you any metrics on whether this works or not, because they know it's not going to work. It's not going to make a damn bit of difference. If anything, it's going to make the situation worse. And all we have to do is look at Australia to realize, guess what happens when you ban it and you make it, you know, prescription only and everything else. You hoy the red carpet out for the black market. And now there's all kinds of illicit channels you have no clue about that are going to supply people with what they want. Freeride Vapor, hello and welcome. Buta Squad, hello and welcome.
That's right,
they're
Michael.
selling those 100 milligram THC gummy bears. Listen, they just had a big ta-da in the news. A couple of the local vape shops around here were selling a bunch of this THC stuff. Meanwhile, it's only medicinal marijuana. It's legal here in the state of Pennsylvania. You have to go to a dispensary and have a prescription, the whole 9 yards, right? So these vape shops got busted with all this illegal cannabis stuff that they're not allowed to sell.
Shit. Wow.
Because they just drove to Colorado where it's legal, and now you can just drive to Ohio where it's legal and buy it and bring it back here and sell it. Because people are just trying to make a buck. They're trying to make their ends meet. They're trying to put food on the table and pay for the utilities and all this other crap. They're at their wits' end trying to deal with the economic state that we're living in. So it's no wonder that they were doing that.
Yeah.
You're always going to have bad actors that don't follow the law. Making new laws is not the way to deal with that problem.
It's like I said, man, people are just trying to live a basic life, you know, and they're doing whatever they can to do so. They're not, it's not as if they're, you know, funding a nice luxurious lifestyle where they've got 10 yachts and they've got apartments all over the world. These are real people who are struggling to survive. You know what I mean?
That's it. It's that simple. And this is kind of a ridiculous thing for us to have on this show because, you know, we know the answer to this. Is vaping any healthier than smoking? Duh, that's a dumb question to ask.
Have you not been listening to us for the last fucking how many years?
And I personally love how they're showing you a THC vape in one hand and regular cigarettes in the other hand.
Yeah, that's a like nice one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Comparing the two.
But they did happen to tell the truth. And how do we know? Because the first paragraph goes, well, according to the recent Cochrane Review analysis of 78 studies, electronic cigarettes show more success in helping people quit smoking than traditional nicotine replacement therapies, such as patches and gums. And because we don't want to piss off our pharmaceutical advertisers, we can't tell you that it's actually more effective than all the pills that are out there. Because, well, then they'll get pissed off at us and they won't put their advertisement in our publication.
Yeah, and they won't fund us.
But, and because, you know, we have to, you know, put a question in people's mind and, you know, get them to read more than one sentence because that's all it takes for you to learn the truth. But is vaping better than smoking? Well, let's look at how vaping compares to smoking in terms of its safety and the effects on your health. Really? How vaping works. Okay. Well, the liquid that goes in the reservoir or pod comes from both nicotine and nicotine-free forms. Okay. While the liquid may be free of harsh chemicals, it may contain carcinogens or other toxins that might be harmful to your health because we need to scare the people away.
God, that's... Okay, then name them. And what percentages?
Vaping versus smoking. How do they compare? Well, the NIDA points out the current evidence shows that vaping may indeed be less harmful than smoking traditional cigarettes. All the evidence we present points to nicotine electronic cigarettes and non-nicotine electronic cigarettes being less harmful than combustible cigarettes. Well, ain't that a mouthful? Butler said, however, due to the lack of long-term evidence, we cannot comment on the safety of e-cigarettes used for longer than 2 years because we don't know anybody that's been vaping for more than 2 years. I got a list of people that have been vaping for 2 decades. Tell the truth.
It's because nobody's died of it. That's why they can't do any kind of studies because somebody's died of it. Let's dissect them and see what caused it.
Well, the perfect person to talk to would be a toxicologist, right? Because the toxicologist looks at it and goes, well, if we take a look at it, just like they did with the cancer, and they realized, wow, 99.6% less toxins are in here that cause cancer, so therefore the total risk of vaping would be 0.4% compared to smoking a cigarette. But you can't do that for any of the other things? Oh, because they're not actually in a vape at all? And you don't know how to deal with zero harm? I'm sorry for your luck. But maybe you should just tell the people that it's just not in there. Well, there's no money in not scaring people. We all know the truth. So I'm not going to do it. It's linked in the description below if you want to check it out. I'm going to try and keep a schedule here. 1 hour for the news. That's it. We ain't even gotten to the Twitter news yet.
Okay, 1 hour. Right over, yeah.
Uh-oh. More truth butter for you. Vape ban could have unintended consequences, suggests store survey. A major online vape store says that the forthcoming disposable vape ban could have unforeseen consequences, including making vapors return to smoking and fostering the black market.
Wow. Here, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah. A quarter, 25.2%, said that they would stock up on disposables in advance of the ban, not the van. Because, we can't possibly pay people to fucking read our shit before we publish it. While 14% said that the ban would make them return to smoking. How is that acceptable? Ash did the same fucking study and come up with similar numbers, but they still pushed for the tax and they still pushed for the vape ban. Why? Because they don't really give a fuck about public health.
Here.
What other reason could they possibly have to go forward with this, knowing that people are going to return to smoking? Can somebody give me a logical reason why they would still go forward with this?
Crazy, man.
I can't come up with one.
Nope.
And a £2.20 levy per 10 milliliters of liquid.
That is shit.
That is utterly preposterous.
That's more than on a pack of cigarettes. Pretty much.
Yeah. But that's what they already pushed forward. In the Vape Superstore survey, 81% of the 1,136 respondents said that they no longer use tobacco thanks to vaping.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's all about the think of the children, think of the kids. Oh, shit. There's more to it than that. It's how much money you can make out of it. That's the thing.
Listen, it's time we tell these tobacco control people, if they want to be pedophiles, then go be pedophiles and leave us alone.
Exactly. Assholes.
And if they're not pedophiles and they want to be kindergarten teachers, then go teach kindergarten. Except you find out there's not enough money to be a kindergarten teacher. You make more as a tobacco control activist, spreading lies and killing people because of your advocacy.
Fake news.
And the real news is pharmacies to supply vape starter kit vouchers under Stop Smoking pilot scheme. Do you believe this shit was announced a year ago and it's still being rolled out? They haven't even rolled it out to everyone yet. Why? What is the delay?
Probably the government. Who was going to be governing and what their fucking plans are.
Yeah, well, if they're responsible for dragging this out to just now being implemented in certain communities, they should be fired and be replaced by somebody competent enough to actually implement things today, not a year from now. Well, we're just getting around to it. 7 community pharmacies across Medway are participating in the pilot to include vaping as a treatment option within their locally commissioned stop smoking services. Smoking cessation advisors will provide eligible patients with a voucher for a starter kit and a supply of up to 4 weeks worth of liquid to continue vaping and stop smoking.
A lot of pharmacies here have got vaping at that as a quitting agent, but it's always the last thing to get mentioned because they'll push the patches, they'll push the tablets, they'll push the gum, they'll push this, and they'll go, nothing works. Oh, well, there's always vaping if you want to give it a try. Yes, I'll have a go with that, and it works. You know what I mean?
Yes. When is it going to become first line?
Exactly.
We keep giving in to our abusers. I mean, think about it. Step back for a moment and look at just the goddamn facts that are out there. My apologies for all the people I just pissed off. But when you look at just the bare bones facts about this whole scenario, it's unbelievable. This should be the first line for anybody that gets talked to about quitting smoking. Why? Because it's the most effective. Well, let's see. I cut my leg off with a chainsaw, and, well, I need to try using grass to stop the bleeding first. That didn't work? How about some mud? Let's try some mud on this wound that is gushing blood all over the place. Did that stop the blood? No. Hey, you got a bucket of concrete here. Let's stick the leg in a bucket of concrete, see if that stops the wound. No, it doesn't. You know, we've tried all these things that we got around here. Maybe we should take his belt off and use it as a tourniquet. I mean, that's just the last resort.
Yeah. By the way, he's dead. Too little, too
That's
late,
how
isn't
stupid it is. It is proven, scientifically demonstrated in multiple studies across the world by people that don't even fucking have anything to do with vaping, and they come up with the same results. It's the most effective way to quit. So why isn't it the first thing that people get told? It's time for this shit to end. Are we out there saving lives, or are you out there fucking trying to, keep your job? And people that disagree with that statement should actually, go ask them that.
Definitely.
Why aren't you recommending it as the first line tool? Oh, no, you got to try the pill. Then you got to try this patch. And then you got to try these other pills with the patch. When you've exhausted everything else and we can't come up with any other solution that's going to benefit the pharmaceutical companies, then, well, I guess you can try vaping. No! It's ridiculous and it needs to end now.
There's a scenario. Could you imagine this scenario? Instead of big tobacco buying into vape, imagine if pharmaceutical companies ran the vaping. Jesus, imagine how much it would cost. Your fucking medical insurance wouldn't cover it, would it?
Listen, if you have a pharmaceutical company that is making billions of dollars on selling you this pill to lower your blood pressure, and some nut job comes up and figures out that, you don't need to do that. If you take some turmeric and honey and lemon and, take a tablespoon of that every single day, you don't ever need to take a pill, because after a month of doing that, your high blood pressure is gone.
Yeah.
Are they going to sell? Are they going to sell that? If even if it's not natural, that was just something I concocted in my brain to, equate to one jar. If you took one jar of whatever the hell it is, or a new pill that came out, or like the perfect example for acid reflux, the guy won a Nobel Prize because he come to find out that the reason why people have acid reflux isn't because they have too much acid. It's because of a bacteria. And if you give them an antibiotic, their acid reflux is gone. And now somebody that was just graduating med school, and had to do a study to get his PhD, found out that, well, for the people that didn't work on, guess what their problem is? It's still a bacterial problem. It's the fact that their small intestines and large intestines don't have the right probiotics to regulate their acid level in their stomach. So for those people that weren't cured by the antibiotic, you give them probiotic, and after 30 days, their acid reflux is gone too. You think a pharmaceutical company is going to sell that cure for something that they have millions and millions of customers shelling out money every single month for a fucking pill to control their acid reflux?
That does fuck all, basically. I can't see where you're coming from with that one. Like, if it's not going to make them money, they're not going to be interested at all.
No, they're going to try and buy the patent and shelve it. Because they're about making money, not about saving lives. Meanwhile, the FDA this month took 2 years to renew authorization for 8 snus products to be marketed with an informative reduced risk claim. Using General Snus instead of cigarettes puts you at lower risk of mouth cancer, heart disease, lung cancer, stroke, emphysema, and chronic bronchitis.
Oh, well, that's very kind of the FDA, isn't it? Whoopie fucking do.
Yup.
Wow.
It only took them 2 years to determine, once again, well, the facts are still the facts. It's still the same thing that they were allowed to tell you when we initially authorized it.
So is that not going to get you addicted to nicotine too?
That's why it's just a reduced risk modified claim.
Yeah. Why don't you do the same with vaping, you schmucks? You know what I mean?
And here we go, talking about Canada and their flavor ban. You're only going to be allowed tobacco, mint, and menthol. Santa came early this year via the Pinnacle Vodka Sleigh. Thanks for the samples, Pinnacle. The Martini Diva. All she wants is Pinnacle Vodka. That's not attractive to the kids. That's okay. That doesn't cause cancer. That's okay. Oh, it does attract kids? It does cause cancer?
Yep. Also, it causes antisocial behavior and all the crap that comes with it. Stress on the medical services.
You might end up becoming an alcoholic if you're, predisposed to that?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. And it's not banned.
Because a lot of it now tastes like pop. So the alcohol you don't really feel like you would normally. You just drink it for fun until you get pissed, basically. And you've got no liver
Have you
left.
seen all the commotion about the 60-minute program in Australia put out by Nine News?
No, I've not seen that.
Oh, it was a wonderful hit piece of smashing the fuck out of vaping and talking to Mark Butler about what good is it to have a law banning something if you guys can't confiscate all the shit coming into the country? Vapes are still everywhere.
Oh, exactly.
Not one iota of helpful information for the smoker that might have caught that episode of the thing. They still bash the shit out of vaping. You know, if I was this bad at my job, aircraft would be falling out of the sky. This is a complete dereliction of the journalistic code of ethics. The quicker you clowns realize that you are messing with people's lives and health, the better off the world will be. Absolute corrupt sellouts.
Yeah, that's so true.
It's time for people to get active and demand that we put our health first. The Food and Drug Administration is very, very, very hard to satisfy. Yet, they renewed the modified risk-granted order to snuff, General Snus. In 2019, switching from cigarettes to snuff significantly reduces the risk of illnesses and benefits public health, holistically.
Holistically, that's a word.
Yeah. And the sad reality is this renewal also took them 2 years to complete. Why?
Wow.
What changed?
2 years.
Nothing changed? You're authorized. Move on to something else. You wonder why the FDA spends $1 million a day at the FDA Center for Tobacco. $1 million a day. For what?
Ouch.
Get the fuck out of the way, and vaping will stamp out smoking. Nah, what do? They take forever to authorize something, and then once it's authorized, it takes them 10 times forever for them to go, we fucked up. This is killing a bunch of people. This is maiming them. This is causing genetic defects, birth defects. This is causing all kinds of problems. We need to take shit off the market. 176 times they got it wrong. And had to pull the thing off the market after thousands and thousands of people died from their fuck up. We talked about this before too, Vioxx and a bunch of other drugs that are out there.
Yeah. Yet on the other hand, how many new brands of cigarettes have they proved in the meantime?
900 in the past 2 years.
Well, there you go.
Brand new brands of cigarettes to 34 products that won't kill anybody. Also conveniently only sold by Big Tobacco. Total 6,500 brand new tobacco products in 2 years.
There's no surprise there, then, is there?
No. Meanwhile, I mentioned this on the tweet when I announced this episode. Tobacco Control, the globalist agenda, has focused their efforts on, are you ready for this? Indonesia. They're the next ones that they're going to try and completely wipe out vaping. Vaping has already shown reduced smoking rates globally and in Indonesia. But Indonesia has still proposed policies to deny citizens access to potentially life-saving alternatives. No harm reduction for you, sorry.
Nope.
Look what they did to Chantix. They moved the goalpost to make it acceptable for the cancerous ingredient to be allowable levels inside the Chantix.
Yeah. Champix.
So it wasn't bad enough that, some of the people that took it to quit smoking permanently quit smoking because they died because of suicidal ideation. So, I mean, when they did the study, that counted as a successful quit.
Yeah,
we're not supposed to be upset by that? Yeah, but you were a non-smoker at the end of the study. That's all they cared about.
Yeah.
It didn't matter that 5 of the participants were dead because they offed themselves. That's just a black box warning message that we put on our, package insert. Nothing for you to be concerned about.
Nope.
Public health people are not stakeholders at all in this conversation. They're a bunch of fucking do-gooders that are not doing any good. Because all they do is constantly lie and misinform the public. Over-exaggerate problems that aren't actually even problems. Perfect example, formaldehyde. How many times have you hear all these ants talking about formaldehyde? Meanwhile, if you actually know any kind of pathophysiology at all, you come to realize your body makes formaldehyde. It's part of the chemical reactions that take place when you metabolize shit in your body. Makes its own every single day. So why are you scaring people about formaldehyde?
It's good preserved as well because they use it in the fuel industry. To keep you looking fresh.
Yeah. Your body makes it every single day and excretes it normally every single day. So what are you worried about it being in your vape? At the levels it's in your vape, why are we even talking about it? Unless you have $1 million equipment, you can't even see it or find it. All right. This I thought was pretty interesting.
This is what I
mean.
Have
you heard about this one?
Just touching on what you said. It's like what you've said before. All the toxins, I'll say toxins loosely, that they're saying are in the vape products. even if they are, like you said, they're that minuscule, even the most highly sophisticated machinery can just say, if it can, pick it up because the volumes are that low. So, I mean, toxins, just another scare word, isn't it?
I love it. Mallory's probably right. All these tobacco control people, look at those 8 million quitters a year and see them as quitters, not unnecessary deaths.
Mm-hmm.
They're not deaths. They're forever ex-combustible tobacco cigarette users.
Yeah, forever.
Staring forever at the inside of the coffin. Hey, man, how about a biodegradable vape?
Oh.
All right, folks, here's a brand new metal-free carbon-based atomizer design. More of an outline. Size and final tweaks needed for an end product. Richard Pruin has prototyped this construction, and the materials hold up to the temperatures needed for vaping.
Wow.
Biodegradable vape. Get the fuck out of here. Really?
I'm just running through my head what it could be, because obviously you need a heat source, which is normally a metal wire. Bamboo fiber. That way, we know bamboo and everything's used for wicking materials. We've seen that before. I'm just wondering what he's using as the heat source.
Carbon. He said it right there.
Carbon heat source. How the fuck do you heat carbon? Oh, yeah. Penny dropped. Yeah.
I'm going to repost this.
Definitely.
So y'all can find it.
And
I'm going to add it to my later folder so we can come back to it later. Richard Pruin runs the Safer Nicotine Wiki. Posted this.
Wow. Interesting.
See if anybody follows through with it. Here's the 60-minute piece I was talking to you about. Bragging about how much they confiscated and how little actually was compared to all the shit they see everywhere.
Not just a little nitpicking.
Here we go. 60 Minutes back at it with another sensationalist fear-mongering hit piece. Let's break this down and why this is just another example of outdated ratings-driven hysteria. The menace of vaping? Really? Menace? Vaping has been proven to be one of the most effective ways to quit smoking. How is that a menace to society?
Wow.
We're already running long, so I'm not going to go into it.
The menace of vaping. First time I've heard it called that. Like,
oh, you should listen to some of the Australian stuff, man. They have a special way of tweaking shit up. They're not like America, where they just assume everybody has at least an 8th grade or lower level of education and can only understand vocabulary from that level of education. So they like to twist things up a little bit.
oh, they definitely do. The menace of vaping. Sounds like a movie title, doesn't it?
Quite a number of respected THR folks and organizations stated that they have or intend to abandon Twitter due to Elon Musk. Goodbye! Quit being a douchebag. The only platform that I'm allowed to freely speak on is Twitter. Because I've already been banned on Instagram, I've already been shadow banned on YouTube, and everywhere else. So if you're going to be, talking about THR and talking about vaping, you ain't going to last very long anywhere else.
Nope.
Reality will eventually sink in when you suffer the same consequences that many of us have already repeatedly had happen on these platforms. For telling the truth, backed up by scientific data. I find this inexplicable. For what it's worth, moving to a 15 million platform instead of the 500 million platform. Surely the task of influencing the general public and lawmakers will now be much harder. Well, if the only place that you're trying to influence lawmakers and the public is on social media, you ain't going to do a bit of good anyway. There's only a handful of people. And if you're trying to convert one person at a time, ain't going to happen on social media. Very few times have I seen somebody actually do a 180 on their position on vaping when they only believe the misinformation that's out there. Even when you present them with scientifically proven facts. I think it was Mark Twain that made that statement before. It is easier to convince somebody of a lie than it is to convince them that they've been lied to.
Yeah. Wow. Crazy shit.
My point in the last two posts is going back to cherry picking. The government only reveals the negative data, not all the data. This leads people to think, oh my God, formaldehyde. Burning steaks due to metabolic process also produces formaldehyde. We also breathe it in from the smog around us. And I just got done talking about how your body naturally creates formaldehyde and excretes it every single day. Guys, as a stakeholder and shop owner, my voice is very quiet because the government thinks it's all about the money for me. Those who know me know that's the furthest from the truth. Although, yes, it's a business, and yes, I need to support my family and my employees. The reason these vape shop owners do this is to save people's lives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It ain't about making money. The slippery slope is a fallacy. Slippery slope is a fallacy. The slippery slope is a fallacy. It's a fallacy. It's a fallacy. Put cigarette-style health warnings on bacon, says top labor donor.
What? What?
People think I'm nuts when I tell you they're coming for other things next. When they get done with us at vaping, they're going to come after other stuff. Alcohol, bacon, you name it.
Mm-hmm.
Energy drink consumption among teens. We need to ban it. Ban all energy drinks. Look at all the teen usage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they'll not ban that. Nope.
No, we got to ban nicotine consumption because people don't want it. The kids don't want it. The fad's over. The excitement's over.
Wow.
What happened?
Jesus.
Oh, what happened?
What happened there?
Oh.
What happened?
Our government efficiency board is over. Don't worry, I got stuff like that in the dad jokes. This is something we talked about before, too. 1 in 3 U.S. children are overweight or obese. And it's increasing. And I don't remember the exact date off the top of my head, and I'm not going to get back in there because I had to read the whole thing to come across this thing. But do you know that, like, within the next 10 or 20 years, that is expected to grow to 50% of the children in the country will be obese if they don't change something? 50% obesity. We're not just talking overweight. We're talking obese, morbidly obese.
Wow. 50% that high. Jesus. That's a lot.
Peer-reviewed nicotine patch studies show that nicotine reduces ADHD symptoms. Gee, I wonder if maybe that's why some of the teens are vaping.
Vape. A possibility, isn't it? Self-medication.
How'd you like to pay that tax?
Holy moly.
Let me zoom in for you.
$101 shipping. Federal excise tax $44 fucking dollars. Wow.
That's how I feel when I place a vape order. Between the increased cost of shipping, because now it can't be shipped technically through the post office, even though some vendors still do. They have to send it through a courier. So, like, if you order from Element, you have to pray to God that that courier is actually going to deliver it to you, right? By the time they get done adding all these taxes and stuff onto it, if I had to quit today, that's exactly what my bill would have looked like for my one mod and tank and a bottle of e-liquid that I ordered when I quit smoking.
$44 tax on what, 60 ml as well? Jesus.
That's a $100 order.
Well, that looks like it's the future of the UK then, doesn't it?
4 bottles of 460 ml bottles of e-liquid came to $101.96.
That's retail before the taxes and deliveries.
After taxes, that jumped to $160.
Wow.
And you wonder why I'm telling you guys about the Stockholm Syndrome that we all suffer from, and it needs to end. Because everybody in Canada was like, listen, if they charge this excise tax, they're going to leave flavors alone. How'd that work out for you? Did they leave it alone?
Hell no.
Australian fire bombings continue unabated. Big shocker there.
Way.
Doctors burned out of their medical practice, which also damaged the kindergarten next door. How's that fucking vaping ban helping to protect the kids now?
This is seriously biting them up the ass, isn't it? Big style.
You really protected the kids, didn't you? Burned down their fucking school. Meanwhile, we still got to deal with this crap. Volley, oh my God, a volley. They were vaping. Yeah, THC.
Mm-hmm.
Not even reposting that. You should properly warn that it is caused by adulterated THC vapes, not nicotine vapes. Different devices, different reasons for use, different subsets of people who use them. Not so much in this country. The public deserves proper communication on this. Not or lives are at risk, because lives are at risk, you fucking morons. Your misinformation is killing people. Like, I would love to see the people at the CDC, when this whole volley situation happened, go to fucking jail because none of them bothered to tell the public the truth. They just used it as a way for them to advocate for more bans on vaping products and justify the FDA to ban 6.8 million PMTAs.
Wow.
And only authorized 34 of their buddies' products. Meanwhile,
this goes to show you how this information is either not available or so misconstrued. You know what I mean? It's fucking.
Mate, you live in the UK. Have you heard about any of this? Hundreds of British citizens, including citizen journalists and real journalists, are reporting that they've been visited by the police this weekend regarding posts they put on X.
There's a bit of a hoo-ha. Like, again, it's like the freedom of speech. People have been like coming out in the hordes, asking all this kind of shit. It's just trying to hush people up again, isn't it?
It's bullshit. Free speech is a fundamental human right guaranteed in the World Health Organization, not the World Health Organization, the United Nations. It's not just in our Constitution. Meanwhile, we're okay with social media banning people. Facebook shut down Brad's post that he put on Facebook himself.
Oh, where did I see this again? I don't know if it was a documentary on the TV. about like something about like when your rights when you're in police custody and all this, right? And the fighting to stop the police taking samples, what they do now from your body. You know, like when they do a drug test, they want your saliva and all that, or they want to do a DNA. They're trying to put it down as violation of your body, because you know if you don't want to give them anything from it's your body, you know you decide what you want to put in.
You
and
have
what
a
you want
right
to take
not to
out of it.
be violated. Yeah.
So basically, they're saying that people refuse to give these samples. I mean, not so much breath tests now, but we're talking like tissue samples, you know, your saliva or blood or whatever, you know. For
Of
like
which they
testing for
collect
drugs
and
or-
also register your DNA into their database.
they put you on a database. So people are saying that that's violating their right for the body type of thing. So there's a bit of a
It is.
hoo-ha going on about that as well. And yet, if you refuse to do that, it's classed as a criminal offence. What the fuck?
Remember last
Okay,
week you were talking about Varenicline, about how, oh, you didn't even know about Varenicline. That's a pill you can take to quit smoking. Yeah, well,
Oh.
let's take a look and see what the truth is about Varenicline. Yeah, it's the most effective pill they've come up with to get people to quit smoking. But you kind of need to know this before you choose to go down that path instead of the most effective way to quit smoking. You should know that Varenicline might make you drowsy or dizzy or lose consciousness or have difficulty concentrating.
Suicidal
There
thoughts.
have been reports of traffic accidents, near-miss accidents, and other types of injuries in people who were taking it to quit smoking and crashed their car.
Holy fuck.
Do not drive a car or operate machinery until you know how this medication is going to affect you.
Jesus Christ. There's more negatives than what there is positives.
You should also know that some people have had changes in behavior, hostility, agitation, depressed mood, and suicidal thoughts, thinking about harming or killing themselves, or planning to try to do so while taking Varenicline. Sounds like Champix.
Why? Pretty much.
The role of Varenicline in causing these mood changes is unclear, since people who quit smoking with or without medication may experience mood changes. Oh, I wonder why. You know when I didn't have any of these problems? When I went camping with a vape and left my cigarettes at home. Yeah, I might have been a little irritated that morning, but by noon, I just chuffed on this until that all went away. I never once had any kind of suicidal ideation or any serious mood issues.
Why do you screw your wife by the throat? I'm fine. I'm fine.
Oh, hell no. Matter of fact, the only problem I had is I came home fatter that weekend because of my wife cooking when we were out camping. She loves to cook. And all of a sudden, the food just started tasting so much better than it ever did before. I couldn't figure out why.
Smoking, yeah. And, you know, the giving up smoking does make you a little bit hungry as well. Wow. I love it.
Anakin announces a brand new side-by-side powered by DNA board.
Ooh. Demetrius.
Find more information at tasteyourjuice.com.
Shh. Say links or post links. Shh.
It's a link to P. Bassardo's website. He doesn't sell shit. Not on his website.
Shh.
You want to buy stuff, you got to go somewhere else. Go visit Peggy in Florida or go to Greece and buy it in one of, you know, Dimitri's stores or whatever.
Oh, Google. Your best friend.
Or move next door to me. I got plenty of stuff here I need you to try and use up because I'm never going to be able to use it all.
Right,
I
I'm on my next
cleaned
slide.
out
I'll
all
see
my
you in a bit.
drippers today. We're going to try like 5 different flavors when we get to the DIY section. Time to
Good.
use it or dump it. Governments in 18 countries own greater than 10% of their national tobacco company. executives from these countries are allowed to attend the World Health Organization's Conference of the Parties on tobacco control. But, you know, people who smoke or gave up smoking and want to advocate for vaping, you're not allowed to go to these meetings. Why?
Because they would turn the meeting on its head with all the shit they're friggin' talking. That's why.
I have a right to face my abusers face to face.
Yeah.
Despite the fact I may end up in jail from ripping their throat out for making my life so miserable.
Well, there's that, like.
Meanwhile, I nominated Clive Bates to be the brand new director of FDA Center for Tobacco Products.
Okay.
Yeah, I put a post out there for Elon and Vivek and Kennedy and all of them. Hey, go check him out. Make him the director of the FDA Center for Tobacco Products. You want to make America healthy again? That's exactly how you do it. And he's got a step-by-step direction right already on his website. He already figured out how to do it. Give him the job.
Ah.
And maybe if he got the job, we'd never have to hear this again.
Oh my God! Everybody stop vaping!
What do you think? Huh?
Yeah, it's definitely a step in the right direction.
Maybe because he would actually direct the NIH to actually study things that we need to fucking know. Like what flavoring compounds actually give vapors a risk that could be removed from our e-liquids. I know, you guys down in England don't want to give him up. He's our bloke. You can't have him. No, I'm not taking the job. Because I have to fire everybody the first day and then start from people that have an open mind and actually want to follow science, not a pharmaceutical agenda. Have you ever worked for a pharmaceutical company before? Yes? Goodbye. Thanks for the interview. Goodbye. Not getting hired.
Nope.
What do you do for a living? You have nothing to do with tobacco or vaping or anything else? You're just a scientist? What? You're a molecular biologist? Do you actually think that, you know, when you kill a cell in a petri dish, that's going to translate into a human? Yes? You're fired. What? I didn't even get hired. Well, if you came to me with a study that showed that, you know, this is what happens in a petri dish when we flooded it with an entire bottle of e-liquid and then try to translate that into a human being, you're obviously not a scientist that's trying to achieve realistic results. So you're fired.
Goodbye. There's the door.
Meanwhile, in Canada, this historic settlement with the largest 3 tobacco companies was finally announced after over 5 years of negotiations behind closed doors. And you wonder why they're trying to implement a flavor ban in Canada. Has nothing to do with what happened in the United States. Or the big tobacco companies negotiating to keep their shit on the products as long as possible because they know the days are numbered. Yeah. Noticeably, though, the settlement imposes no new restrictions on the sale of tobacco. So the product that actually kills people, you're allowed to keep selling it. The products that are going to get people to stop using that, well, that's banned. Right. Almost makes sense.
Crazy, man.
Idaho, the push by America's larger cigarette companies to ban competition in the vaping market continues unabated in Idaho. Public meeting coming up November 22nd. If you live in Idaho, you better stand up and speak for your rights. Or you'll be the next state going by the wayside.
It's nice to see they're having a public meeting, though, not a closed door one.
Well, they already had the closed door meetings. Now they just need to shove it through. Ridiculous. A year after
Crazy,
banning
man.
flavored vaping, young people are vaping more than ever, and adult vapors have started smoking again. Same old. Why are we okay with that? That's bullshit. You should be pounding on the local news station's website, sending an email, calling them on the phone, showing up at their front doors and going, hey, you need to get a reporter to tell people this, or are you okay with letting more people die? Bastards. What would you say you do here at the Center for Tobacco Products every day, and what do you spend that $1 million on every single day? And how do you measure your success? Huh? I don't know. We got the Department of Defense losing wars for the last 70 years, and you have the military-industrial complex proudly supplying the military-industrial complex and the Department of Defense with another expenditure of $36 trillion so that they have the weapons they need to keep losing wars. And the economics of economists that we have in our pockets saying that this is actually beneficial to the American economy.
Yeah.
You're all fired. How about we take care of our own people first? This is the real cost. Ross Cadell, a politician from Australia. This is the real cost to normal business and property owners of the government that refuses to look reality in its face. Our vaping policy and illegal tobacco enforcement have created an atmosphere that serious organized crime run the show, and the cost of legitimate businesses that we bankrupt.
I'm getting pounded here, like. No.
They love you, mate. They love you.
They do.
And
Yeah,
look,
no.
they actually pulled the cloak off of them. They pulled the veil out from underneath them. Nancy Pelosi finally admitted to their entire tactic. They give a press conference, right? And they tell the media to write a story about how bad vapes are, right? So then the media writes these smash-smearing hit pieces where Clive has to stand up and go, oh my God, everybody stop vaping. And then the politicians use that article to push through the ban on more products.
Wow.
The old self-fulfilling
Holy
prophecy,
moly.
or the self-licking ice cream cone.
The self-licking ice cream.
And it's going to happen to you guys with the disposable ban on vapes. Ain't no doubt about it. But alcohol's
It's
okay.
coming.
Alcohol's okay. Does US FDA require new mango-flavored beers to conduct $300,000 toxicology studies to submit a free application for marketing orders? Huh?
Mm-mm.
Do they have to prove that no teens are ever going to drink their fruity, colorful flavored beverages? Nah, it's just freaking beer.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, teens are
not
5
gonna
times
harm
more
them.
likely to binge drink than vape nicotine.
Binge drinking
Hypocrisy.
paradise, isn't it, for them?
At its finest. And now, the next country to go by the wayside is Finland. The tax increase will apply to cigarettes, loose tobacco, pipe tobacco, cigars, and cigarillas. However, nicotine pouches and e-cigarette liquids will not be affected by these hikes. What? We actually have a country that's doing the right thing? Taxing the products that kill
Hallelujah.
people and leaving the products that save people's lives out of the whole conversation.
Hallelujah.
Wow.
What
I didn't think that was possible.
It is. Look, we're going to have some fireworks over
Yeah!
that.
Because the CDC
a
tobacco
company that
free is
sees them-
pushing their crap. Students are more receptive to learning the risks when adults have accurate information and presented in respectful ways. Empower your students. Come look at our website and all the bullshit that we shoved down your throat, because we're not going to tell you the truth, but we're going to tell you that you need to tell them the truth, even though we didn't give it to you.
Yeah. You can do the dirty work for us.
Not liked. Goodbye. Despite a ban on e-cigarettes in Mexico, 695 e-cigarette stores were located. 481 of them were physical stores, 207 were hybrid stores, 4 online stores, and 3 vending machines. Free shipping was offered by 85.8%.
Most USA strategy. Yeah, free shipping. I'll have some of that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We already talked about him.
It doesn't take much, does it?
Nope.
It doesn't take much, does it?
And there's some vape signs there that I should probably go look at the bookmarks. I think I did find something earlier this week. Yeah. Come on. Zoom in. Our latest publication, Jeffrey Zamora posted, in conclusion, this study provides important preliminary evidence that e-cigarette use alone, without a history of established cigarette smoking or recent or regular use of other tobacco or nicotine products, is associated with a small absolute increase in self-reported frequency of respiratory symptoms that is not clinically different from those experiencing respiratory symptoms by people that have never used an e-cigarette. So in other words, it doesn't cause respiratory exacerbations. Just because you vape.
I don't know.
Wow. Who would have thunk it? Besides, you know, all the people that actually quit smoking with vaping and go, oh, I can breathe better now. Oh, my asthma doesn't go off anymore. I don't need my albuterol. All right. I think we had enough for today. 2 hours in. 2 hours.
Like, hang on a minute. I thought your farts smelled like Barbie Bob, but fuck it, as I quit smoking, you fucking stink.
The truth comes out. Everybody knows the truth. We can't have that.
Oh, no. No. Wow.
Not only are the pharmaceutical companies losing money, but so are the air freshener manufacturers. They should be surprised. They make more money.
The thing that's annoying, right, of all these studies that's going on worldwide, where vaping, you know, is the most effective, less harmful alternative to smoking, and yet there's nothing positive coming up. They're using it against it all the time. You know, that's just, of all the positive research that's come out of it, it's all negative feedback, and it just, you're scratching your head, aren't you? You're like, what more do you need? That's science. What more evidence or what more proof do you need? It's
Chuck Hargis says that we might still need air fresheners in cars for THC use while driving.
Oh yeah, right. Oh, whoa, that smells nice. Ooh. Well, officer, I can explain.
You know, the ironic part is, when you use a THC vape, let's say you use a strawberry flavored THC vape, guess what? It still smells like cannabis.
Yeah.
It doesn't smell like strawberries.
Cannabis is cannabis. You can smell it, whatever in shape or form it is. It still smells the same. I love the smell. I think it's some of the smell. I love the smell of it, but I cannot get away with smoking it. I just didn't help me.
And the thing is, if you're the one using it, you're not going to notice that. But somebody walking by you that isn't doing it will be able to smell it. And obviously, it's not as pungent as if you were smoking it. that actually permeates like regular smoke into the fabric of your car and your car headliner. Even if you're not using it, it's going to smell like it to somebody that doesn't do it. Gummies taste like cannabis. You could identify a gummy that has CBD or THC in it, especially the THC, and compare that to a regular gummy. You make a shit gummy in your own home and you buy a THC gummy and you taste either one of them, you'll definitely tell the difference and you'll definitely be able to identify which one has it and which one doesn't.
I still think that CBD oil tastes like this. Well, doesn't matter what they do with it, even though it's got no THC in it, you can still taste cannabis. You can still taste it. You just can't get rid of it. You know, they can try and muffle it up with flavors, but you might get like a few hits with, oh, there's a hint of strawberry. Then after that, like,
yeah, and then after that, it's like nothing but residual cannabis.
Yeah, it's like, where's the strawberry gone?
But I mean, it's an acceptable risk of taking it, is that, you know, you're going to know what it is. So in some regards, it's a good thing because people can't bullshit you into selling you something if you know that you're going to be able to taste it in one way or the other.
I mean, you know, I'm not against it. You know, the science, shall we say, is out there that says it does have some medicinal purposes or benefits. So, but yet we still ban it here.
I'm curious to see in 10 years what the science is going to show, because technically it's been prohibited science this whole time. So it's only firsthand experience that people have known the truth about it.
But the thing is, they've got to do, something's got to give over in the UK, because every corner you walk around, you can smell somebody having a joint. Every corner. Smell it. And yet, you know, I don't know what the police powers are, but I mean, now they just kind of accept it. You know, if somebody's going past them smoking a joint, they go, it's just a joint. Why waste our time and all the blinking admin pulling somebody over for a joint?
So why don't the politicians get smart and tax it and sell it to replace the lost tax revenue from cigarettes?
Exactly.
People are going to do it anyway. Legalize it all. Do like Portugal did. Legalize it all and use that money that you're getting in now to pay for, you know, improving the NIH and NHS.
Fuck off, William. I don't have much on Newcastle. Fuck you. We do. We have cocaine. We have heroin. We
have all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, you name it. We take it. Fuck it.
You have fresh fish and chips, don't you? You're on the seaport, aren't you?
Yeah, of course we do. Fresh out the boat, my friend. Fresh out the boat. Delicious.
All you get here is frozen.
You just sprinkle a bit of cannabis on it, William. It's superb. Sprinkle a bit of cannabis on top of your fish. Tremendous.
I can't imagine that. I don't think that goes together well. My wife asked me the other day, she's like, you know, I really want to get a smoker. I'm like, okay, well, come income tax time, we get a refund and we'll go buy a good smoker. She's like, I don't want to spend $5,000 on a smoker. I'm like, we're not spending $5,000 on a smoker, but you got to get one that you can at least regulate the temperature. You know, have an auto feed in the back that feeds the wood pellets in to keep the temperature. She's like, I know. I just want to do it. I don't even really enjoy smoked food. I'm like, I know that. I don't know why you will want to go down this rabbit hole, but I'm willing to try anything once, twice if you like it. She's like, oh, yeah? I want to make a smoked cheesecake. I'm like, what? Doesn't even sound good.
Smoked cheesecake? Oh.
What?
I don't know.
All right. Well, you want to make one? Let's make one. I'll try anything.
You can make them easy enough. I mean, I've seen them loads of times where they just use an old oil drum, you know, cut in half. One's bottom, one's lid. Boom. Top down, little thermostat on the lid. See them made. Little chimney out the side.
No, Mallory, I didn't see that video, but it doesn't surprise me. And for running ambulance around here, I'm telling you, that happens all the time, and not just with THC.
Contamination, really. There's a guy I used to work with. He was originally from Texas. And I worked him worked with him in engineering because he was a machinist as well. I worked with him for a while, and he actually bought his little smoker for the UK, and we used to laugh at him, right? Because obviously, you know the weather in the UK, right? It's fucking pissing down snow shit. He used to set his smoker away in the garden or wherever he was. He would just leave it for days, you know, let it do its business, and then he would just come out and he says, I says, to the weather, there's no water. He says, no, it's great. He has that running all the time in all weathers. It was crazy. And he didn't just smoke it for like a couple hours. He smoked his stuff for fucking days. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Shit.
Yeah,
one of the vape reviewers out there, I forget what his name is. I follow him on Facebook too. Ever since, you know, he started. Andy KJ used to do vape reviews. Now he's doing food stuff. He does reviews of like Skittles and skillets and stuff like that, and barbecue grills, and makes all kinds of different meals and posts pictures of all his food that he makes. And we should get into that. Happy Hippie's like, I got a Pit Boss smart smoker pellet stove. It's great. Love turning cheaper, larger cuts of meat into something delicious you can eat. And for you to do that, you need a long, slow cook time.
Yeah.
Break down those cheaper pieces of meat.
It's like what you burn. I mean, it's like when we like kippers here, like kippers are smoked fish. Well, smokehouses, all that. But they use different types of wood chippings or shavings for different flavors. I'm just wondering if that would apply to whatever you cook your meat in, whatever chippings, or I think you get that flavor of your meat. But I suppose it's like a lot of things to consider when you do it.
No, we're not getting into e-bikes. Sorry.
Oh, hell no. I hate them with a passion.
But that does sound good. We'll have to do that. We'll mix up. I got a couple recipes for some coffee vapes. Add some black cherry to a coffee vape, and William Dobson says it's a pretty good combination.
Very nice.
Sounds interesting.
Nice.
Listen, my wife buys all kinds of crazy coffee creamers, different flavors and stuff, and some of them are like really, really good, and other ones are like, she got this chocolate chip cookie creamer for the coffee, and I'm like, I can't drink it. It's got dark chocolate in it. It makes my allergies go nuts. Sorry. But the butter pecan that she got, holy cow, is that delicious.
Really?
All right. Time for us to do a flavor explosion.
Oh, hang on. This Texas trooper got caught on camera hitting THC. Oh, just Mallory's just posted the video of that post she put. Yeah, it's there now.
Right.
Holy moly.
We'll check it out. Let's do a flavor explosion and get a change of beverage here, because I'm kind of fed up with the coffee.
You want something stronger?
For your entertainment today, despite the fact that I'm fighting off whatever my wife had, I'm going to have this beautiful Midnight Moon Moonshake apple pie. A beautiful apple pie cream liqueur. And when I get done with that, I got a beautiful chaser, especially for the holidays. Have you all seen this yet? Winter spiced cranberry Sprite. Lemon lime flavored soda that you're so accustomed to as Sprite with a hint of winter spiced cranberry. Very, very
nice.
different.
Very nice. Well, I, my friends, have gone for not a lager, a beer this week. I've gone for Carlsberg. The old slogan says, probably the best lager in the world. And this is a premium export Pilsner, and obviously the slogan now has gone to the back, saying, probably the best beer in the world. So, they've carried it on. It is a 1 pint can, which is 568 milliliters. It is 4.8% alcohol by volume.
This
it's called
is horrible.
It's a well-known brand. No, it's not.
4.8% alcohol by volume. Yeah. Don't you want all the cancerous carcinogen-filled alcohol you could potentially have from something like this Midnight Moonshake apple pie?
No, because it's a school night. I'm at work tomorrow, so I can't have any strong beverages, unfortunately.
Well, it's things like 17% alcohol by volume.
Holy shit. Ooh.
Cheers.
Cheers, my friend. Bottoms up. Chin chin. Oh, that is nice, actually. I've had Carlsberg for a long time. It's quite nice. Very hoppy. Ooh. Oh.
I don't get
Darren
it.
D, you want to beam you? What? That's just a concoction of shit.
It's like somebody took Bailey's and mixed it with apple pie moonshine. All you really get when you first take that swig of it and that first taste of it is that whole creamy Bailey's concoction in your mouth, right? And then as that starts to dwindle away, you get that hint of a burn from moonshine, right? And you get the cinnamony spices from an apple pie, but there's no apple flavor to it whatsoever because of that cream flavor still in your mouth. I kind of expected more along the lines of like apple pie a la mode, where you get like a scoop of ice cream on a slice of apple pie.
Yeah.
Nope.
You see, because the moonshines taste all the apple into alcohol. That's what it's done. It's turned all the apple into alcohol.
It sure did.
There's probably a hint of cider in there.
I could recognize the cider more than the apple. Because the cider, my brain can put with moonshine with that bitey ass characteristic to just, the ethanol.
Yeah.
But it's I don't even get a hint of the apple. I get it on the tongue, but it's not like a recognizable flavor because it's like the lowest note and the quietest note of all of it.
Yeah.
Nah.
Just sitting there in the background just to give you a little...
Nah. That was nice to try, but I ain't never buying that one again.
Fair enough.
That's like this. This is like, oh, wow, it's a nice holiday treat. A cranberry Sprite, that ought to be really good.
Cranberry Sprite.
No, because the lemon lime is still the most pungent forefront flavor, and the residual characteristic in your mouth 5 minutes later is that spiced cranberry. That dry characteristic.
Yeah.
That you get with like a dry champagne.
And again, lemon lime is a very prominent flavor. It's very difficult to overthrow that with something else that's not as prominent in it. I mean, God.
And it still has all the high fructose corn syrup you would expect to find in Sprite.
So basically, it's not real lemon and lime. It's just high fructose corn syrup. It's not even real lemon and lime.
Little tangy citrus bite. That's it.
I don't know.
All right, let's go find Mallory's little post that she put up.
I can't wait to send you some. I can't wait to send you some proper Tango or Fanta or whatever. I just can't wait to send it.
Fanta. Yeah, I got to put that on my list. We need to start building this stuff up. Today we need to start making some liquids, some stuff to throw in your box. I got your coils in the box. I got your little 510 pin thingies in the box. Fanta.
Like night and day. You'll be like night and day, mate.
Oh, wait till you try this stuff that we have.
I'll be like, oh, I'll probably not like it because it'll be too sweet. Yeah, it'll be too sweet for me, but the
carbonation is so high in there that you can't really know that it's that sweet until you step on the scale tomorrow morning.
What the fuck? Where'd that come from?
I only drank one.
Holy shit.
No apple, no crust flavor in that liquid, that moonshine thingy.
Oh my lordy do.
Yeah, no apple, no crust flavor whatsoever. All right, let's go check out this cop here.
This trooper stopped a man on his way back from Colorado, allegedly stopped the man for speeding, ended up searching his car, took some vape pens from him.
No vape pen cartridges with THC? No? Yeah. I do, man.
And within 5 minutes of releasing him, the trooper reached over and got that vape pen out of the seat and was nibbling on it to see what it tasted like. When another 25 minutes down the road, pulled over on the shoulder of the road and started hitting on it.
I accidentally inhaled THC, as stupid as that sounds. And I felt it fill up my lungs. I pushed it out as fast as I could, and there was smoke everywhere. I've never seen anything smoke so much. I did not mean to inhale it. I mean, I smoked weed before highway patrol.
What do you mean you didn't mean to inhale it?
Came in, I told them
what?
About that. That's embarrassing.
Bill Clinton excuse.
Wigged out.
He got stoned on a vape. I love it.
Lovely.
I bet he sold the rest. I bet he sold the rest of the car boot.
Whoops.
Unless he went, that's good shit. I'm going to take some home for the wife.
All right. Time to roll the new the new pet bumper, because my dogs are like, hey, I know you're drinking. That means it's time for me to get my treat. Fork it over.
Doggy time.
All right. Who wants a treat? Let's see. You want a treat?
What a treat. There you go. There's the tail going.
There you go.
Oh. I love the way they're just looking at sometimes and going, right. Okay.
Meanwhile, Jester's sitting here by my chair. Is like, I ain't going on camera. You ain't going to catch me on the camera. Maggie's just sitting there staring at it like, did you really give that to me? What am I supposed to do with it? You gave me one before the show.
Exactly. Oh, there you go. They've gone for it. Almost like a delayed
Talk
reaction.
me into it.
What the fuck was that? What was that? Oh, there it is.
Well, that's not too shabby.
Oh, that's the cotton socks. The other one's not on the camera. She's next to you. There's a bugger. Camera shy. That
Jester,
one.
the old man.
You're
The
kidding.
old fart.
I'm camera shy.
Yeah, you should see my wife trying to take pictures of him. If the dog knows that he's getting his picture took, he'll literally turn his head the other way. You ain't taking a picture of me.
Nope,
No
not
way.
happening. Hell no, not happening.
And then there's the other dog.
Braham. Oh God. That's probably like man slouch, aren't it now? Oh. Oh, there's the legend, Robin Williams. He's doggy. Ah, cute and all. Lovely little dog.
Mental health is something we definitely don't recognize in this country. Look at his face. How could we not know how sad and depressed he was?
Like a lot of them, they live in like, you know, they put on the brave face and everything without the world and the comedy and all that, and yet behind closed doors, they're a total different person, man. Strange. Oh, the Patrick Swayze, Jesus. How long's he been gone now? Fucking hell.
Yeah, rest in peace. The dog you loved today was sent to you by the dog you loved yesterday.
That's so true. Absolutely true. Oh, the Dalmatian.
That's the dog I loved yesterday. Ember.
Oh, it's lush.
She was a cantankerous Dalmatian. Always got into trouble. Always found a way to get into trouble.
That's where you want, man. It's class.
She was a beautiful
My
dog.
doggy yesterday. Wonder where my doggy yesterday. I wonder if it's on here. I don't know where it was. Oh, status. I don't know if he's on here. No, I don't know if it's on that one. Bummer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hit the like and subscribe button below. And while you're down there, come join the Discord server. And then upload your pictures for inclusion in the show.
Yes, and do that with your vape checks as well. Your hand checks. And your pet
Hand
checks.
checks, your pet, your dad jokes.
Anything really. Anything you like.
Yep.
Oh,
all right, hand checks.
I thought. Too short.
Speaking of historical content, there is what my wife used to quit smoking.
Oh, what's that?
E-leaf.
E-leaf. That's so cool.
That was an old tri battery mod. 3 batteries.
See that.
Long time ago now.
Holy shit, man. That's awesome.
See, I got that one.
Ah.
Nice little Aspire kit.
Yeah. Aspire. Damn, man.
There, right there, is the e-liquid I first bought to try and quit smoking.
That your first
Peanut butter cream and Raspause. Raspberry e-liquid.
What have we done there? Oh,
Nobody sells e-liquid in glass bottles like that anymore.
No, but I think what was the one I was thinking of? They used to still do it. That lemon one I normally get.
And the thing is, these are the exact same flavors. This one was an old 12 milligram or 18 milligram. And this was a new 6 milligram bottle. Look at the color difference. How long was that one sitting on that store shelf before I bought it?
Jesus, I don't know. Oh, fuck.
There's the rest of the messages. I'm like, how come there's no more messages coming in? Happy Hippie's like, I quit on the E-Leaf Pico. Love my E-Leaf Pico.
Why are they all separated?
After 10 years, the thing still works. Check out that bad boy.
I've done that.
What was the name of that mod? I've got one like that. It's different design, but it was like a plastic mod.
Oh. Is that not the Wismec?
No.
That not have something similar to that.
Hugo Vapor. That's it. Puma. Yes!
Hugo Vapor.
The Puma. I have to dig it out. Is it on the shelf somewhere behind me? Or is that one of the ones that got put away? I think we did that on the Retro Vape the one time. There's the mod. Still sitting on my shelf. It's actually got an Atlantis tank on it.
Have you still got that, like? Wow.
E-Leaf iStick is the mod.
iStick.
And this is the Atlantis Mega sitting on top.
Fucking hell. That's a blast.
Sure is. I love how they had stainless steel ball bearings in here, so when you change the airflow, it actually clicked on each of the settings.
Really? I just don't fucking...
This was always a pain. Trying to get that battery door open.
Oh, with the fucking...
With no batteries in it.
You need fucking nails. You need nails like a fucking tiger to get in it. How will you fucking drag back in there, you bastard?
It worked, though. Did what it was supposed to.
It worked. Wow.
Matter of fact, I still have some Atlantis coils for that.
No, yeah.
The only thing that really irks me is this silicone ring that they have on the bottom. They didn't give you a spare. Beautiful stainless steel tank. But if that seal goes bad in the bottom, you're done. Tank's done. Atlantis Mega.
That's not good. Well, that's not good, is it?
Mine says designed by Boxer, made by Hugo Vapor. But I asked Ginger, and he had nothing to do with it. A lot of the Chinese companies did that kind of stuff, especially back in the day when there were hundreds and hundreds of them. They had no connections with anybody. You know what I mean? They just started manufacturing stuff, and good luck going after them to figure out who they actually were and where they were. And it's not worth the time and the effort.
Nah.
They saw a couple thousand of them, you know, and then move on to the next thing. Nowadays, they can't get away with it because the China Tobacco Monopoly Administration has license numbers for each authorized product that's out there. And anybody that sells products without that authorization number, with that tobacco license number on there, it's an illicit supplier, and their cops are going after them, shutting them down.
All right.
What are you looking for? Your old ones. Pictures of your old ones.
No, it's just me UI cocked up. Everything just fucking popped out. So I'm slowly but surely dragging everything back. I don't know why it done it, but it's just decided to go. I'm coming out. So I'm trying to pop them back in. Some of them are popping back in. Some of them are not.
Oh,
little bastards, get in. They're just doing what they want. But yeah, I'm sorry. I was a bit fucking.
That's okay. Time for some dad jokes. Then we'll move on to the next section.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Squirrels are like cigarettes. They're perfectly harmless until you put one in your mouth and light it on fire.
Really?
Yes, William, I have your dad joke in the dad joke section as well. They're in the folder. Everything got downloaded. And the facts need to be presented to everybody out there. The truth always comes out. Sometimes it's right away, and other times it's down the road. But listen to me very carefully. The truth always comes out. Kind of like how they don't give a fuck about alcohol at all. Matter of fact, the weather forecast for the upcoming snowstorm next month has already been forecast. And if you live near Allentown, you're going to need 25 bottles of wine to get through the weekend with your old lady.
25?
If you're closer to Trenton, New Jersey, you're going to need 15 bottles of wine. And if you're south of Philadelphia, you're going to need 7 bottles of wine to get through the weekend. And if you go further out, you're only down to 3 bottles. And like if you're along the coast, 1 bottle will get you through the weekend.
What the fuck? Based on the weather on how much booze you can fucking drink.
Imagine if that was put out there with vapes. How many bottles of vape juice are you going to need to get through the weekend? Six Pack Kid, hello and welcome. Andy C, hello and welcome. All right, you guys know how much I love maps, right? So this week, I've got some world maps for you to check out. And for those of us that don't know geography that well, this is Asia, okay? So this is the gross domestic product per capita in Asia. Right? In China, it's $21,000. Look at these other countries here.
48, Jesus.
And the islands going down towards Australia.
74.
Look at the disparity of income amongst different countries. Everybody wants to talk about how bad China is. Well, it's not anywhere near as bad as a lot of these other countries.
Right, no, it's still one of the biggest and fastest growing economies on the planet, China.
Yep. And hence the greatest pleasure in life is doing what people say that you cannot do. And the reason why there's so many teen vapors. Because once it's allowed, nobody gives a shit about it.
They'll all just...
Like when you were drinking.
Just go up, so up. Yeah.
All right, how many of you guys played with this when you were a kid?
Ooh.
You pull the string and you get to hear what the animal sounds like?
Oh, I think that's a bit similar, but not the exact same thing.
Well, if you all get a hankering for that, then you could also, drop this in the chat.
Valerie Gates' nephew still has one and works.
Yeah. So, if you got an itching for pulling the string.
I don't know. Some people just never grew up, you know that.
Speaking of never growing up, how do I buy me a set of these to put on a bicycle? I'd go riding a bike if I could still, set it up with this stuff.
Yeah, the old dynamo lights. Oh,
yeah,
brilliant.
Imagine how much better they'd be today with LED lights instead of the incandescent ones.
No batteries. As long as the bike was moving, your lights lit up.
Yeah.
It never went flat. Remember the days.
You remember these lovely prizes you'd pull out of a Cracker Jack box? Ron Jeremy, hello and welcome.
Wow.
All right, how many of y'all had photo albums like this that got pulled out every freaking holiday while you were growing up?
Still got them upstairs, mate. Loads of them.
Mallory's like, don't pull my string because I make all kinds of sounds.
Oh my God. I was just thought. Thanks, mate, pal. Woohoo!
All right. Wow. Is this something you still want in your Christmas box? Pencil sharpener.
Yeah, is it?
Mechanical pencil sharpener.
Oh, there's gone back a bit. We had them at school. Jesus.
It was like 6 months ago. You were like, I want one of them in my Christmas package. I'm like, what? Really?
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. I used to get around for grinding me pencils down. I used to have like a 6-inch pencil. Used to be fucking that big by the time I finished.
All right. I'll get you one. I'll get you one. Throw in your box.
Yeah.
How many of y'all remember playing out in the snow till your hands got so cold that they were aching because they were actually frostbitten?
Yep.
Back when you really used to get some snow.
Not like no.
How about you remember this feeling? Flying off of the swing set?
Done that, no. Yep. Jump, wee, Superman.
Mallory's like, my mom's got like 30 or 40 albums. I've got some from when my kids were young because I started building my own. I can't wait to pull that on them when they bring over their kids. This was your daddy when he was your age.
Yep.
All right, how many of y'all dumped coins into these things when you went shopping with mom and dad.
We've still got machines like that down at the seaside.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They got rid of them around here a long time ago, long before Kmart went out of business. They used to be outside of Kmart and Sears and the mall. Matter of fact, they used to have stores in the mall that was nothing but, coin-operated rides.
I mean, some of them are still vintage ones. It's like the rocket, the little flying rocket, that rock back and forwards. You
The
have
little tiny merry-go-round.
The Postman Pat van. Postman Pat. They've still got some of them down the beach. Dumbo, the elephant. Still got a few of them down there. Still got a few kicking about.
Backyard barbecue in 1973. When times were simple and food was cheap and everybody looked out for each other. Hey, Marge, what are you doing this weekend? Nothing. Come on over. We're having people over. We got a cookout going.
Hell yeah.
And you show up, and there was literally tables of food and snacks and veggie trays for people to scarf in, coolers of beer. There's not a fat person in sight.
Even like a lot of our gardens then, they had pretty low fences, so even if they couldn't get in the garden, you should just pass it over the fence. Hey, want a burger? There you go. Get that.
Here. Well, hot dog on steak?
Yeah, them were the days.
How many of y'all remember Mom using one of these?
Okay, put a handle on.
Ain't nobody use this anymore. It's a flour sifter. You put the flour in there, and then you would crank the handle to sift it so that you could wait, and it was always going to be accurate to the recipe because the recipes were developed with sifted flour.
I think my mom had a shaker. You pour it in, you could shake it.
This is how we blocked people back in the 70s and 80s.
Yep, off the hook. See ya. Forget about it.
All right. How many of y'all grew up watching Rudolph every freaking Christmas?
Oh, The Wizard of Oz. That was on every fucking year, that. Wizard of Oz.
You recognize this?
No. Ah.
That's before Elmer's glue came onto the scene. Those were glue bottles.
Oh, the rubber, it had a slit, didn't it? And you just slid it. I remember now. I remember.
How many of you rode one of these? A real sled.
Hell no.
Not these plastic jalopies they got nowadays.
We used to use bin liners. We used to use bin liners. Get the bin liner out. The best one, when you've got roadworks and you've got them plastic boards in between your posts. We used to get, we got them plastic boards and use them. We fucking pinch them up all the roadworks and use them as sledges.
Dee's like, man, I feel old after knowing all of those. Shit. I'm offended. No fishing? Take that sign down. What do you mean no fishing? Trust me, mate, you don't want to eat what's in the fish. The water supply is that polluted.
Exactly.
All right, how many of you can recognize that?
That's what you
a
got
toboggan.
Back after you took your... That's when you took your 35mm film to the farm, to the developers, got your pictures developed, and they used to put the negatives back into your folder.
Yes. How many people actually took those negatives back to get duplicates made? I don't know anybody.
Still got to load them upstairs.
Yeah, real toboggans. The wooden ones. Like they had in Home Alone. He rode down the stairs, the staircase. Right at the front door.
You know, you can scan them and do your own shit with them.
Yes, you can buy a scanner for it that you can legit actually take those negatives and convert them to digital images.
Do whatever you want with them.
How many of y'all hated these when they first came out but end up falling in love with them once you use them? And then they advanced. Not only did they come out with the Posi Drive, but then they went to the Torx ones. I would love buying the screws for a project, and it came with a Torx bit for it. That thing never slipped. Six Pack
like
Kid, hello and welcome. Thank you for the wonderful super chat. Awesome.
Not a problem.
And I'm so glad to see that that thing actually works. I was so worried. I converted OBS to a portable version so I could run backup scripts automatically. Thank you, sir. Very, very much appreciated.
Woohoo.
Awesome. How about these? How many of you still have one of these around your neighborhood that actually still works and isn't smashed to bits or just plain old disconnected?
None that's not smashed to bits. I think the odd one now and then, but they're not as popular as they used to be.
The only one I knew of, and it's not there anymore, they took it out probably 10 years ago, was in front of City Hall. Because it was across the street from the police station. But nowadays, I mean, it's expected. Everybody has a cell phone.
No, that they went through a craze of robbing them all as well. They were forcing the money, the coin trays open and emptying them out and shit.
Here's a bloke that tells the truth. I work the pole so my wife doesn't have to.
I like it.
What's the most disappointing tourist attraction you've ever visited?
Oh, God.
It's another one of those things when, you know, you were like looking forward to it. You heard about this. Your friends all told you about it. And then you went there and it's like, why did they talk so much about this?
Oh.
I'll tell you what it was for me.
I think
when I went down to our honeymoon vacation down in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and I'm like, listen, I remember when I was here as a kid and how wonderful it was. We need to go and do these nature trails. We need to go up on Klingman's Dome and walk up and look at 4 states from the top of the observation deck there. And then I'm like, okay, we need to take a day and drive to Cherokee, North Carolina. Because I remember as a kid, you know, they had Sesame Street there. They had all kinds of amusement parks. They had go-kart tracks. They had toboggans that were good in the summer and the winter. And they had all these things over there to go and do. Well, none of that stuff was there when we went and revisited it on our honeymoon. It had all closed down because, well, the Indians just opened up a casino. And that's all they had there anymore is the casino and a couple strip malls that had gift shops going up to the casino. That was it.
I'm trying to remember one. It was probably more of a bad experience than actual. Well, it was a bit of both. We went to Blackpool, which is a beach on the other west coast of England. Pleasure Beach, you know, a very popular destination for tourism. And I went, I want to go on the donkey ride. Well, I was only a child at the time. Go on a donkey ride because that's what Blackpool Beach was famous for, donkey rides. Right on. I gets to go on the donkey, and there was a guy who ran it, and they had two like youngish lads, teenagers who were walking you up the beach with the donkeys. And the guy who turned on them and said, after this one, you can go on your lunch break. Well, that was it. He got me on that donkey, he ran up the beach. I'm hanging on this donkey for sheer life.
Holy cow.
So he could come back and get his dinner break. So when I got off there, my back, my arse, everything. I was literally in tears. It was agony. He fucking blew up.
Speaking of that payphone, Darren's like, I used to call my girlfriends on a payphone in the Kmart Plaza. That's what Kmart was for.
Yeah.
We still on for tonight? Am I still picking you up for dinner? Want to go to the drive-in? Virginia fireworks, Cheryl says. That's the worst tourist attraction. What a letdown. Mallory's like, Wisconsin Dells is the worst of all the tourist traps. Gettysburg, and I live 20 minutes from Niagara Falls, and it is utterly boring now. Yes, I took my daughter to Niagara Falls because I visited as a kid and thought it was cool. You had the Maid of the Mist, and you went over on the Canadian side. You got to see the falls from the Canadian side. Completely different experience than the American side. Granted, we went over there in the wintertime, but it was still a beautiful tourist attraction in the wintertime because everything's frozen, right? But it's the same thing there. They opened up a couple casinos, and all of the stuff that we enjoyed growing up as a kid, the wax museums and stuff, all but one of them are now closed in Niagara Falls. Unless you're going to the casino, nobody wants to go to Niagara Falls.
It's like when we used to go to Spanish City at Whitney Bay. Most of all that's gone now, so now it's pretty nothing new. Nothing there. All the fairground ride. It was a fairground attraction, no fairground rides. All gone now.
Ron Jeremy's like a place called Wild West City in Hope, New Jersey. None of those things that we grew up and enjoyed are like in existence anywhere. I mean, I remember growing up as a kid and visiting SeaWorld, right? Go watching Shamu and the dolphin swimming and all that and the pearl divers. And I went and got a chance to take my kids when they were young, but within a year of me taking my kids to visit them, they closed. Six Flags bought them out. And then they ended up closing that side down, and all they had open was the amusement park. And then that ended up selling and closing up too. Mallory's like, Kenny, are you sure it was a donkey ride, not a donkey show?
Oh, well, I was definitely on show.
Darren D's like, haha, drive-ins, yup, Makeout City.
I like it.
We still have a drive-in around here you can go to during the summer. That's a rarity.
Really?
Yeah. The other one closed up, and now they're building some pharmacy there or something. So I had this great idea for hamburgers in the shape of hot dogs. I really clearly did not think this one through.
Oh my God. That's like when you ask your mom, what's for tea, mom? And she literally says shit with sugar on. There it is.
Oh, big punch in the nose. Bad idea. All right, how many of y'all remember this show? I talked about it before.
Ooh.
It's what inspired me to become a paramedic, and it's what inspired me to join the volunteer fire company as soon as I moved to Pennsylvania.
Oh.
Mallory knows it.
Emergency. Nah, I can't remember. I was thinking about
Emergency with Johnny and Roy. Hell yeah.
Can't think of that one.
How many of y'all had your parents tell you about how they used to fill up your car with gas at the service station?
Yeah. And they didn't.
And how we never woke up to the fact that eventually they were going to wipe out everybody and everything was going to be self-serve. Look at Walmart now. Not a single cash register open. Everything's self-serve.
Yeah.
Self-checkout. Dr. Brackett from Emergency. And the greatest movie of all time.
The Blues Brothers. Awesome.
I want to know how the hell they got that car to blow up like that, fall apart like that at Daily Plaza.
Well, I mean, they probably used about 5 or 6 different cars of the same and just mocked them up. You know what I mean?
Cheryl's like, we had service gas stations until 1999.
Wow.
God bless your city. They did away with all that shit around
We
here.
never had them in the UK.
No.
They weren't really a big thing over here.
In this galaxy, there's a mathematical probability of 3 million Earth-type planets in our solar system. And in the universe, 3 million galaxies like this. And in all that, and perhaps more, only one of each and every one of us.
McCoy. Dr. Leonard McCoy.
All right, how many of y'all wanted to buy this for your computer so you could play all the classic games that we used to play in the arcades?
Had one for the Atari. Bought one for the Atari.
I bought one for the computer, and I didn't have a game that supported
Yep.
it. I'm so disappointed.
Nah.
Adam 12. Yeah, my kids watch plenty of Adam 12. And the Mike Tyson fight. This is what the Mike Tyson fight was really about. The real battle between Serrano and Taylor. Holy shit. That was a fight. My wife's like, I didn't know you were that into boxing. I'm like, this is real boxing. This is a real sport. This isn't fixed. And then, well, we saw how that ended. These two were definitely not fixed. These two definitely fought it out. And somebody played dirty. 3 clear headbutts in there. Should have been disqualified. Not the winner.
They went hell for leather, didn't they? There was near fancy in the boat, was there?
You may find that having is not so pleasing a thing, after all, as wanting. It's not logical, but it is definitely true. Exactly what you just said. How many times did you want something, and when you got it, it's like, why did I want that so bad?
Yeah, it's not like cracked up to what it should be, is it?
Hey, what did you guys do last night? Oh, just picked up some hose.
Oh, God. Make of that what you will.
How about you and I find a dark room and see what develops?
Funny enough, you had the 35mm film as well.
Yeah, the thing is, the younger generations, they wouldn't get it. They're like, what are they talking about? What is that?
Nah. What is that?
Our human seems stressed and sad. Well, yes, indeed. There's only one solution. I agree. A snuggle sandwich. Yes. Don't leave any gap. Not even a smidgen. Listen, I caught my Lucy the other day. Jumped into bed because the wife was sleeping in on her day off.
Oh.
She's laying in bed with her. And the thing is, my wife was playing hard on her, too. She's like, you're going to get in trouble by the cops. The cops are going to show up. And she would jump down. And she would jump back up into bed.
Oh.
She's like, Dad's going to be mad at you being in bed. All right, how many of you out there have this problem? Caffeine just isn't strong enough anymore. I think we need to move on to the next step and start chewing on power lines.
Although highly not recommended, folks.
Meanwhile, here's an accurate depiction of what the Netflix servers were like for the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight.
Yeah, that was an abomination, wasn't it? Everybody was saying it was lagging and God knows what, wasn't it? It was an absolute joke.
Like dial-up.
Absolutely killed our servers, didn't it?
Cheer up, folks! If all else fails, you can always set the building on fire. Life lesson from Office Space. Excuse me, have you seen my stapler? And this is the reason why I will not move to the new AMD platform.
Burning.
They got rid of the pins. They went to the same crap Intel uses. The flat platform. Bad move.
Oh.
Being investigated right now. Did you know that hospitals in the United States charge up to $800 for an IV bag of sterile water with 0.9% salt added to it?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the average manufactured price for that bag of fluid is $1.
Holy shit. Hey, that's typical, isn't it?
And the sad reality is this meme is probably about 10 years old, so that bag of fluid, IV fluid, is probably more than $800 now.
Probably be about 1,000 easy, if not more.
But it still only costs about $1 to make. You know, before Colonel Sanders died, he sued KFC for altering his original recipes. And he publicly said that KFC's gravy reminded him of sludge, and their mashed potatoes reminded him of wallpaper paste. What an abomination they have done to his original formulation.
Well, it was just cost cutting, wasn't it? Cheaper.
Potter potatoes. So you want a government to stop giving poor people free stuff? You don't want them to pay for their college loans? Funny how you don't give a shit about them spending $70 billion a year to subsidize Wall Street banks, or $38 billion in subsidies to the oil companies, you know, to keep our oil prices low, which they're obviously not, or the $2.1 trillion the Fortune 500 companies are stashing abroad to avoid paying U.S. taxes, and the $153 billion a year that we spend to subsidize McDonald's, Walmart, low-wage workers. Get away with them not paying people a living wage so that they have to live on food stamps.
Wow.
And once again, a reminder, just because the elections are over, I don't think you all figured the situation out yet. It ain't just about who's in the office of the president. It's all about these schmucks that have been there our entire lives. And most of them are still there, except for the one that died in office. John McCain's dead. But these schmucks are still there. Look at Schumer. He's still there. Dick Durbin. Mitch McConnell. Have you seen his latest press conference? He's worse than Biden. At least Biden wanders away from the microphone. This guy just freezes.
Wow.
Like you want to get one of them shock collars that you have for the pets, you know, when they get outside of your electric fenced yard. And you need to have one of his ages sit there and zap them once in a while. Meanwhile, things that we can't afford is, healthcare, infrastructure, public transportation, actual education for the population, not dumbing them down. You know, renewable energy, clean environment, feeding the poor. Actual public elections that can be decided in 24 hours, not 24 weeks. But we have no problem affording, $4 to $6 trillion for the Iran-Afghan war, $12.8 trillion Wall Street bailout, $37.5 billion in big oil subsidies, $1.5 trillion for the F-35 program, which is actually flying now. And all we're left with are ridiculous memes like this one. Ridiculous memes that modern kids can't possibly understand. What concert costs 45 cents? 50 cents, featuring Nickelback. Did you hear about the Mexican killer? He had locomotives.
Oh, gosh.
Why do cows wear bells? Because their horns don't work.
No.
You know, I used to hate facial hair, but it's certainly grown on me. What do you call an alligator wearing a vest? An investigator.
Oh, maybe.
I get angry when my cell phone battery dies. My therapist suggests that I find an outlet. You know, technically, alcohol is a solution. Just not a very healthy one. What do you call somebody with no nose or body? Nobody knows. What does a clock do when it's hungry? It goes back for seconds. Want to hear a construction joke? Sorry, I'm still working on it. September 8th, 1966, Star Trek premieres, and the world has never been the same. You want to cry the blues about all the propaganda on TV nowadays? All the propaganda about LGBTQ rights? All of the homosexual scenes in all of the media that's being created nowadays? Blame it on Star Trek. You know how forward thinking it was for them to create a crew on a ship from all different nationalities, all different races, all different colors, all encompassing humanity on a single TV show back in 1966?
I was a month old then. 1 month.
I wasn't even born yet.
Oh! I was 1 month and I was 1 month and 4 days to be exact.
You know, while you all worry about who's going to spend the next 4 years in the White House, corrupt politicians have been spending 30 to 40 years in the Congress. And this schmuck owns all of them. And you don't even know his name.
I don't even know his name. I've got no idea who that is.
There's actually a couple of them. Hey, when you Google the lyrics of a song and realize you've been singing nonsense for anywhere from 6 months to 60 years.
Oh, yeah.
Thank technology for bringing you the reality and the facts. You think America is the land of the free people? Oh, that's totally false. America is the land of the largest prison population in the history of mankind.
Well, got a point.
A leopard can drag something twice its weight up a tree. Yeah, a cougar can drag somebody half their age into bed. You're living proof. Oh, look, it's Fragile. Speaking of Christmas, you won't be hearing any Christmas music here until well after Thanksgiving. Might only be one episode right before Christmas.
Oh,
we all know Fragile. I am training my puppy to be an assassin. What do you think?
Just incidentally, has Christmas started in your part of the world yet? Because they're hammering it here.
They're already starting it, yeah.
Oh.
Not happy.
Nope.
All right, folks. Redneck or genius?
Fucking genius, I would say. Awesome.
How many of y'all can recognize this picture from back when we were little snots?
A Pizza Hut or something, is it?
Yeah. That was a salad bar at Pizza Hut. And most of the restaurants when we were kids had salad bars. How many of y'all remember going to Ponderosa?
Oh, hello.
You go to Ponderosa, they give you this tiniest steak and a little tiny baked potato. That's because they wanted you to fill up on the salad bar. It was way cheaper for them to have you fill up on the salad bar than to feed you the portions we get in steak and potatoes nowadays. Meanwhile, we've got such dumb frickin' people nowadays that this is how they advertise the brand new job in the kitchen. Kitchen hand job available.
Well, when in Rome.
Except that's not what you're going to get when you walk in the place.
Wishful thinking.
Only people our age can understand and appreciate this song. Louie, Louie, oh, we gotta go. Sorry, folks, that song's going to be stuck in your head the rest of the day, but that's all right. At least it's not my bad singing that's stuck in your head. HR, you can't call employees foreskin. But they disappear when things get hard. You still can't call them that. Burglar, aren't you going to call the cops? Why? Nobody else knows you're here. They don't need to be involved in this.
Good point. You're not walking out here, you bastard.
Nope. I'm going to drag your ass out and bury you in the backyard. Here you go. Weapons and tools of the trade. From Rambo to Chuck Norris to Bruce Lee to Mama. Whatever happened with Mama's discipline?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now
you know, folks, Chicago is a gun-free city with over 1,550 shot already this year. And Maine, in Maine, you can carry concealed firearms without a permit. When they implemented this 4 years later, Maine became the safest state in the nation. You want to tell me again how gun control works? How'd that gun control work in the UK? Wow. Did everybody switch over from gun crime to knife crime?
Pretty much. I mean, it still exists, but not to the extent, obviously, because they're illegal, you know what I mean? But it still exists.
Criminals don't care what your laws are. And folks, this is why we are so much better than the tobacco control people. The highest form of knowledge is empathy, for it requires us to suspend our egos and live in another person's world. Walk a mile in their shoes and then judge them.
Empathy is a powerful thing.
Powerful thing? How about this memory, this flash from the past? Kmart closed, right? $3.88 for a wheel alignment?
Wow. Fucking hell, how far back you going with that one? Jesus.
How about a set of shocks from anywhere from $4 to $6? Or a brand new battery for $16.
$16. Okay, now.
Compare that to the price we got nowadays.
But back in the day, that still could have been expensive for what you were earning that time. You know what I mean?
Listen, a brand new car back then cost $4,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So looking at that, a brand new car back then would have cost $4,000. That brand new car nowadays is going to cost you $40,000.
I think it was when like BMW released was it 6 something CI or the Series 5 Smith CI, right? And at the time ago, I think it was 1975. I think I just watched it on a car program. And at the time, that car cost more than a house to buy.
Mallory's like that same alignment now costs $200 to $300, not $38.80.
Yeah. I was thinking about sticking a zero on 388 at least.
Now the battery is pretty close to 10 times the price, and the shocks, if you buy them to install them yourself, not from an auto parts store, would be about right at $37 to $57.
Yeah. What times it?
You keep telling me I should watch, baking shows and stuff. Well, this is me after watching 12 minutes of MasterChef. How you like it?
That's brilliant. Oh, the presentation. Wow.
And that's $125.
I'm going to do that for the wife. Just for a laugh. I'm going to do it.
She's going to ban you from coming on this show. She's going to be like, he's got your mind filled with all this nasty stuff.
I'm going to take a little plate with that on them. I'm just going to bring a big plate with it all.
I got a question for you, mate. How much are they going to have to fork over to get this sorted?
What the? Is that holding the fucking exhaust up?
No. It just got stuck in there.
What? How the hell? How is that possible?
I don't know.
Fuck.
Bloke drove over it, got stuck, took it to the mechanic to have it sorted.
Jesus. That's so. Holy fuck.
You got to be our age to appreciate the humor in this license plate. Kaboom!
Kaboom.
For those of you that don't know, folks, back in our day when we were little snots, knee-high to a grasshopper, Ford decided that they were going to go ahead and sell this car anyway, even though their engineers revealed that if you had the left turn signal on and got rear-ended, it would blow up.
Kaboom.
But the bean counter said it's cheaper for us to sell it and pay out on the lawsuits than it is for us to fix it and actually shield the wiring in front of the gas tank.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was.
And I got a beautiful map for you guys to think about. Here's a proposed idea for why it's so ridiculous down in Australia. Is it because Australia is really Scooby-Doo? And Indonesia is just a Scooby snack? Is that what's going on here?
That would make logic of that sense anyway.
World leading! Yeah, Scooby-Doo was world leading when we were kids too.
Scooby-Doo and Shaggy.
Are you okay with a Vulcan helping you? Of course. Why wouldn't I be? I was afraid you might feel alienated.
Oh, God.
All right, folks, you can hit pause on the replay of this show because I'm going to present you with the lovely recipe for the pizza we had growing up in school, as this was actually published by the USDA as a healthy meal for us to enjoy as snot-nosed kids in grade school. Here's the recipe. Hit pause, blow it up, and now you can make it yourself. Serve one piece, 3 1/4 by 5 inches in size. Provides the equivalent of 2-ounce serving of cooked lean meat and a serving of bread.
That's an official recipe.
Yes. For a pizza. For a school lunch. From the cafeteria. Today's generation will never know about the true Board of Education. How many of y'all remember your principal having that hanging on the wall? With or without the railroad nail spike sticking out of it?
All the time.
Those of y'all that went to Catholic school, it was a ruler. On the knuckles.
We had the cane. We had the cane in the UK. The cane was a big one. Oh, and that hurt.
No discipline allowed nowadays. That's cruel and inhumane punishment. Kind of like trying to go to Five Guys with your wife and walking out with a $52 bill for 2 burgers,
Holy
French
shit.
fries, 2 drinks, and 2 shakes. $52.
Wow. Well, I suppose it's getting the same way here in the UK now when it's costing a fortune.
Cheryl Demers, she went to a real school. Holy crap. In my school, it was a lead pencil in the neck.
Oh, what? Stabbed? Wake up, you little bugger.
Chuck was given a choice between SWATs or in-school suspension. He took the SWATs.
Yeah, I bet. Nobody likes suspension.
Speaking of making things cheaper and cheaper and cheaper over the years, did any of y'all buy your kids' Hot Wheels cars because you enjoyed them when you were a kid and you went to look at their Hot Wheels cars and you go, why the fuck does this thing cost $5 a piece? We used to buy them for 50 cents a piece. It looked way better.
Shit. Yeah, they were shit. They were when they first came out, they were all die-cast metal, top, bottom, everything die-cast metal.
All of it.
They were solid little.
Then it all became plastic.
Solid little things. Yeah. Load of crap. Absolute.
How many of y'all remembering to stand before the flag every morning and say the Pledge of Allegiance?
We never did shit like that here.
We all did here in the States, at least our age.
Never done no like that.
I'm not afraid of monsters. I'm afraid of the coffee maker breaking.
Right,
well, I got a spare. And I got a percolator. And I got an old drip coffee maker. Just in case.
Oh, yeah, you know, emergency supply.
And remember, folks, when we talk about climate exchange, just remember that the Earth doesn't have a cow farting problem. It has an oligarchy corporate food structure problem. It's the greedy psychopathic oligarchy trying to control the food supply that's the problem.
Hell yeah.
Just like, you know, the 6 corporations that own all the media in the country. Well, we're now down to the same essential 6 global or 8 global corporations that own the entire food supply for the entire planet.
Yeah. It's like I say, they're all umbrellas of the big owners, aren't they? They're all umbrella companies of the big brother. So
yeah, and you don't even know who the real owner is. You just see the brand name and assume that brand is a company.
Yeah.
And a real life picture of, no, that's not the Simpsons. That's the Mike Tyson fight.
It was pretty much like that.
And that was watched on a 4K HD TV.
Holy fuck.
Y'all back in the 80s remember that we would anxiously sit and wait for our favorite song to come on the radio because they always played the most popular songs the most often. And you would wait there and wait because we couldn't afford multiple tapes. We would sit there and wait till we heard the first beat of the song and hit record so we could make our own mixtape.
We used to record the UK top 40, the charts, every week. Dink.
Yeah.
And we used to hate it.
Here in the
States.
States.
To hate it. Yeah, you used to hate it when there was about 10 seconds of the song to go, and then the fucking DJ would start talking. Bastard.
You ruined it. Yeah. Gotta wait for it to be a song in between songs.
Yeah.
And with the holidays coming up, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that restaurants are informing us that servers no longer get to cash out their credit card tips at the end of their shift. Neither does my wife in the nail salon or the hair salon or any of these other places where you have actual employees that are providing a service to you. The restaurant owner, aka manager, tallies the credit card receipts and the tips get taxed and then added to the server's paycheck every week or 2 weeks, whatever they get their paychecks. So, if if you want to do them a favor, especially for the holidays, slip them an actual cash tip. Because a lot of the restaurants have already gone in this direction, and it's just a matter of time before they all do. They all go cashless. So they could tax every little penny of it. Unless, you know, Trump and the Republicans actually follow through with what they promised. But
that's horseshit.
There are plenty of mums and dads out there doing a service job that's their kids' Christmas money. So think about that when you go out to eat or get something done.
Yeah.
Or their kids are only going to get one of these little cups of ice cream for their Christmas present.
Oh, God, I used to love
And how many of y'all
ice
remember
cream.
the taste of the spoon more than the taste of that ice cream?
The wood. What the fuck?
I swear to God, that had been the worst ice cream in the world. Those little tiny cups like that.
It was rock solid. Your spoon wouldn't even spoon out. I remember putting it in, and the whole thing just popped out of the cup. It was that
The whole
solid.
thing come out like an ice, like a popsicle.
Yeah. It's like, what the hell?
Do you think you could go back to living like we did in the 70s and 80s without the internet, without smartphones? Could you go back to drinking water out of a hose and being happy?
I would say
not having the
generation-
constant barrage of emails and messages.
My generation, yes. Modern generation, no. Because we grew up with
I
it,
honestly
didn't we?
think even
We knew it.
I would have
Knew
a
it.
hard time with that. I hate the constant barrage of crap. But I think that we're so addicted to it now. We would love to do it, but I found out plenty of times when I went camping how much I was reaching for my phone when we were camping in the middle of the woods. I had no service anyway.
Times then were so much simpler, so much slower pace, so much relaxed. Now, nah. I would go back there to heartbeat. No problem.
And we had
Carefree,
actual
need your own-
interaction between people. People talked to each other.
tiny life.
Even if they disagreed on everything in life, they were still civil with each other and were able to have a conversation.
That's when people were more social. You know, now you can have a nice conversation with your neighbour. You know, sit there for hours. You have a cup of tea with them in the back garden. Sit there for hours talking. Now, I don't even know my neighbours. I haven't got a clue who they are. Been living next to them for the
Cheryl's
last
cheating.
4 years.
Cheryl's cheating. She says, yes, please. I can go back to climbing trees. She's assuming that she gets to go back to when she was, 5-10 years old. I mean, like right now, at your age, do you want to go back to what it was like in the 60s and 70s?
Definitely.
That's a different question. With our aches and pains,
We rely too much on technology now, man. That's the problem.
imagine how many people would get lost not having Google Maps, having to actually go buy a map and then learn how to read it to find your way and chart your way from one place to the other.
That's what I'm saying. That when all these sat navs come out, when I started driving, you had an A to Z book of the map. You follow the fucking map, street map. Then there's Google. You used to find your way around.
Oh,
with the
Mallory's
street
cheating
map.
too. She's like, with the pay I have now, hell yeah, I'd be a millionaire.
Yeah, there's that now, like. Cost of
Six
living
Pack
thing would be
Kid's like,
brilliant.
bring back the Atlas. I'm all for it.
Yeah,
Books to
man.
read.
I can remember doing my homework out of what was it? I think it was a 30-volume set. My mum and dad had it of the Britannic encyclopedias. Everything was in that. 30. I mean, they were fucking thick bound books. Everything from fucking a cell to human body to everything was in it. It was fantastic. You had to sit there, do
Darren
your
D's
homework.
got a
and
good
go
point
through the
there.
Encyclopedias. Oh man, what?
It's all about time. Nobody has time nowadays for anything.
True. Exactly.
How many
Exactly,
people
you
have
hit the nail on
time
the
to
head.
read a book? I'm struggling with that. I bought a half a dozen of these beautiful books, and I'm nowhere near making the progress on it that I used to back in the day. A book would last me 2 or 3 days. Granted, those 2 or 3 days is probably all I did. But you can't do that now.
I think I've got the time to be able to do that now. Because me kids are practically up. And I've got loads of time to kill when I'm at work.
Ron Jeremy's like, imagine kids nowadays having to use the Dewey Decimal System and actually go find out information from a library.
Oh, hell, that would never happen. They'd be lost.
And, you know, Mallory points out the fact, you know, take back with my income now back then. I'm sorry, folks, but this is what a single family income looked like with a standard 9-to-5 job by one person from the household in 1950.
Yeah. You only needed one.
And in some
breadwinner.
places in this
That was
country,
it.
all 4 of those people would have to be working and making money to afford keeping that home.
Mm-hmm.
Because the kids are living in the basement.
The days of the single breadwinner are all gone.
Is your dog nuts like this, like my dogs? They look at flies and they think they're sky raisins, and they look at wasps and they think it's a jalapeno sky raisin.
Mine's not that energetic. He just looks at Gan's eye.
Yeah, Jester's like that. But Lucy, she's a psychopath, man. We went camping the one time. She took off in the little creek, found a toad, and came back with a toad in her mouth.
Oh.
And speaking of back in the 80s, Nintendo predicted this fight. It wasn't just The Simpsons.
Oh, brilliant. What a washout that was.
Here's an old map for you. This is the Kingdom of Hungary before World War I. Serbia, the Ottomans, Eastern Roman Empire, Bulgarian, Tsardom, Wallachia, then it became Poland. This is long before all these people migrated north and west. Long before King Arthur.
Well, it was all
in the UK.
Plus, like after World War II, it was all divided up anyway, wasn't it? Hence the Ukraine
1355.
War. Yeah.
I got a new part-time job. What do you think? You think people are going to like this? This is my lovely retrofit handicap ramp.
I want to go with that, like, wee.
I don't know why it failed the code inspector. He said it's not going to be good enough. I don't see what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
I offered to go down it in a wheelchair to prove that it works. He wouldn't authorize it. He said I needed to remove
probably
it.
By the time you got halfway there, you probably wouldn't hit any of the bottom steps at all.
Hey, it worked for Forrest Gump. When Lieutenant Dan went down the steps backwards.
Oh, God.
Meanwhile, the therapist said that my wife complained about me never buying her flowers. Is that true? Well, to be honest, I never knew that she sold flowers.
Oh, God.
Just to keep things fair.
Holy shit.
And there's some pride issues going on in Ohio because somebody decided that they want to take pride in their vehicle and convert it to look like it was a exclusive vehicle just for Ohio. And all they use is just a little bit of electrical tape. Here, 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 and here.
Might have some overheating problems with all that tape on the grills.
Nah, they didn't block any of the holes. They just made it look like the holes were open. We do have some ingenious people out there, some hidden artistic talent. Kind of like this massive gash from the illegal headbutt.
Ooh.
And the funny part was, we were watching the fight, and as soon as she got that gash and they went to look at it, the screen froze. My wife was sitting there looking at that and going, oh, I think my stomach's getting ready to churn. Meanwhile, I'm looking at it going, ooh, that looks pretty cool. I remember that when I was a medic. I've seen plenty of that before. That's just a soft tissue injury. She'll be fine. There's no ecchymosis around her nose. There's no orbital skull fracture. She'll be fine.
She'll live.
Hey, speaking of when we were younger, remember when this was a comically large amount to pay for pizza, back in 1990? Oh, that'll be $122.50.
I remember that, Home Alone. Not now. That's probably the actual price, and not for so much pizza.
My wife ordered a medium pizza the other day. The Steelers were playing. She decided she didn't want to do any cooking or nothing. It was a day off. She decided to order a medium pizza and half a steak hoagie and paid $53 for it, not including the tip.
Holy moly. Can you afford to tip them now with the prices of the food? You'd be like, sorry, mate, I've already got enough for the bait. Holy moly, man.
There you go, Catherine Bach. You know what show she was in.
Oh. Dukes of Hazzard? No. Was it Dukes of Hazzard?
Yep. That's Daisy Duke.
Yep.
Can you please explain this gap in your resume? Well, that's when I was posting memes to accelerate the destruction of the deep state and reawaken humanity.
Yeah.
Okay. Folks, something worries me about my wife's new knife set. I can't really put my finger on it, though.
Holy. Oh, shit. There's a voodoo doll fucking kind of rings a bell there, like.
Hey, the 10mm socket! I finally found it.
How the hell How the fuck?
How long was it in there before we realized that there was a problem with the thermostat?
Holy shit.
That thing opened wide up during the middle of the summer and never realized it. Because we were running the air conditioner.
Moly.
Here, we thought the air conditioner was bad. It wasn't. It was just a stuck thermostat.
Shit.
And I know for a fact you don't recognize these two brands of lovely soda.
No.
Tom Tucker Mint Ginger Ale is what all of us, even my kids when they were wee little snots, used to get whenever they got sick. They got the cold or flu or whatever. Tom Tucker Mint Ginger Ale made it everything better. And good old Cherokee Red Cherokee Soda, cherry soda.
Holy moly.
Neither one of them are for sale anymore. They both went out of business.
Oh, bet.
Meanwhile, here you are paying taxes and living in fear of World War III any day now. Just to keep things in perspective. Wait a minute. The Simpsons really did predict this? Huh? I didn't catch that episode.
The other day, the Simpsons predict everything. Yeah, well.
All right, here's a question for you. This, in my recollection, is the worst ending for a TV series.
I can't even remember it, to be honest with you. Oh, how did that end again?
They dumped Ernest Borgnine and they dumped Jan Michael Vincent because they couldn't afford them.
Ernest Borgnine. That's right. Ernest
they dumped them.
They replaced him, didn't they?
They only used existing footage of Airwolf with some new special effects and a brand new cast and crew that the combined total of their salary was less than a fourth of what Ernest Borgnine got for the original. Wow. Let alone Jan Michael Vincent.
Talk about fucking cost cutting, eh? Jesus.
and it sucked.
But why?
Horribly.
But why though? It was such a. It was such a popular show in its day, though, wasn't it? You know what I mean? There was millions watching it.
They didn't realize how good it was until it stopped being on air and it started making its way into the reruns and syndication, and then all of a sudden everybody wanted it. This would have been accurate marketing of the fight. Red Bull gives you wings and vodka gives you 4x4.
I can definitely relate to that. Like,
can you relate to this place? Have you visited this place, the Wanky Teapot?
I think it's supposed to be wonky, but you can, yeah. I think it's like
that don't look wonky. That looks wanky to me. See how the teapot's just kind of hanging down? Doesn't seem like a very exciting place to go visit.
I think it was the actual names would be wonky, but they totally got the brand and fucking totally wrong, didn't they?
How many y'all are up for a remake of this show? Starsky and Hutch.
Oh, he's dead. David Stroll's dead, can it? I would like to see it again, but obviously they'd have to dig him up, like, and
listen, these guys can't do anything right. Everything is nothing but a remake of the old series.
What's the other one?
Remember the original Hawaii 5-0 we watched as kids, and then they redid Hawaii 5-0?
Yeah. And it was crap.
Well, it wasn't so crappy, but like the more you watched it, the more it lost its appeal. It was like, no.
It was the remake.
Meanwhile, the original one just went on and on and on and on forever. You could always come up with something new.
Was it Jack Ford? Who was in that? Jack Ford? He was the lead, or was Harry's character? Jack Ford, guy who played him.
How many of y'all recognize this?
That's a tape measure. Well, I say a tape measure. It's not a tape measure. It's a fucking 50-foot tape measure.
A real tape measure. That's what our parents used. Not like what we have nowadays.
Them ones are still used to this day, but they're more like for architectural building work because they're about 30 fucking meters long. So you can just pull them out and pull them out and pull them out.
If that was a chalk line, it would look more teardropped because the one end you put the chalk in and the other end the string comes out. It's more of a teardrop shape. Old school tape measure. I still have one in my garage.
It was 20 meters. I had a 20 meter one. You take it out, you wind that to the sides of the handle to wind it in.
Yep.
It was bright blue. It was sky blue, a bit like the background.
Some folks are out there saying that the 1987 NES had higher resolution than the Netflix fight. You know, the sad reality is Netflix had a great idea for this whole thing, but they obviously didn't plan right or plan on how much popularity this thing was going to actually have. When's the last time you got to see a televised boxing thing that wasn't pay-per-view?
The servers just got fried out, didn't the servers couldn't handle it, man. The servers just got fucking overloaded.
Beware the dumbest sign of the week, because it might actually be true.
Holy shit.
How the fuck did that cow get that? Probably eating the droppings from the kid. You know, kids are always dropping food everywhere. And Build Back Better, depicted as a beautiful Christmas tree that everybody can afford.
That's a twig.
Listen, we at least had a Charlie Brown tree. Not a Build Back Better tree.
Oh, dear.
Meanwhile, Mike Tyson, after following the script, laying on his $20 million in cash.
Yeah, definitely followed the script.
Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Jake Paul has challenged Jimmy Carter, age 100, to a boxing match after beating Mike Tyson, age 58.
I've seen a few memes like that, like where he's challenging Ali's old. I think one was where he was challenging Biden.
And my wife was so excited he won.
He's fucking, he's a nobody.
All right. How many of y'all know what that lever's for?
That is for setting the speed of your record. 33 was an
What
album.
speed is it set at?
A 45 was a single. A 78 was for them old gramophone tile records. A 16, I can't remember a 16. But we have 33, 45, and 78.
Yeah, I've never seen a 16.
Nah.
The 16 speed was so that you could hear the Johnny Was a Devil lyrics on a record.
Oh,
before they learned how to do it backwards.
When you played it backwards. Yeah, when you played it backwards. Ooh, demonic messages. Ooh, fuck off. Fucking idiot. You fucking idiot.
Hey, some facts for you, okay? The two parts to the word helicopter are not heli and copter. It's helico, meaning spiral, and pter, meaning one wing, like pterodactyl.
Like a petrodactyl, like after the dinosaur. Yeah. Interesting.
Back in the day, we didn't have GPS. We had road maps.
Them were the days, mate. Them were the days.
Sure was. Meanwhile, today's generation will never know the struggle we dealt with. That's why you wanted your pencil to be so short.
That was the tape deck you had hooked up to your computer at the time. That was the tape deck that went load your games.
And there you are, winding the tape back into it. How many of y'all had to do the same thing with VCR tapes? Shove your finger in the bottom to wind it back up after the tape machine ate it because you never bothered to clean a thing?
Well, here's a blast from the past, right? Mine, right? My tape deck I first got, right? It had a carry strap and a microphone. I used to go and interview me mum and dad. I was a reporter.
Listen, I remember when I was a snot-nosed kid and my mom bought me a little Sesame Street tape recorder that had a microphone.
Yeah. Used to point to everybody like that. Yeah.
I used to come into the kitchen, she'd be cooking dinner, and I'd be like, "What are you making today? Can you please tell the audience what you're making today?"
Well, I did used to be trying rude. I used to try and record me pumps as well. So,
how many of y'all remember watching this on TV?
Well, yeah.
Did your science teacher bring in the TV cart? The only day that you got to see the TV brought in by your actual teacher, not a substitute teacher, to watch the space shuttle taking off?
I can remember when it was at Columbus that blew up with the 7 astronauts. I remember watching that live. That was horrendous.
Columbia,
wasn't it? I remember watching that live. Jesus Christ.
Yep. Technology keeps marching on, folks, and it gets faster and faster and faster. 23 years later, from 1998 to 2021, look at our flat screens we have out nowadays. I swapped my monitor out the other day. I went from a 22-inch Dell monitor to a 24-inch monitor, and this one weighs half as much as that other one did, and it's bigger.
There's no in them now, is there? There you go.
There was a space shuttle landing. Atlantis,
that's it. How many was there? It was Atlantis.
4.
Obviously Columbia.
Columbia, Atlantis, Enterprise, and what was the 4th one?
Yeah.
I think the 4th one might have been the military one. Speaking of military one, we'll get to that in a second here, because I want to point your attention to a lovely technological advancement that I'll never see the United States roll out because it actually costs money and might save people's lives. But in South Korea, they have plastic rolling barrels on the guardrails, because they're not actually guardrails, they're guide rails, as opposed to the steel guide rails we have here. Because in South Korea, when a collision occurs, the cars just continue to roll down along the barrier. It doesn't smash through, doesn't need replacing.
Yeah.
And it also reduces the chances of a car flipping over or driving over the cliff or bouncing into the opposing lane to have a head-on collision with somebody else.
Clever.
But that requires not spending our money on ammunitions in overseas wars and actually taking care of our own infrastructure. For the good of the people, you know.
Clever idea. Very clever idea.
And speaking of the military version of things versus the civilian version of things.
Yeah.
There's Dream Chaser.
Wow. Dream Chaser, man. That's the one I was thinking of. Was that not the experimental one as well, though, wasn't it? Before
yeah, they've had a bunch of experimental ones like this.
Yeah.
X-35
the problem
was one of them.
The initial problem was getting a spacecraft out to space that could come back from space. That was their initial problem, wasn't it?
Yeah, now Elon has the thing taken off and landing because it doesn't use all its fuel. How many of y'all remember this show?
Buck Rogers in the 25th century. Wow.
Yeah. And look at them now.
What was his robot called again? He's going, bitty, 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 okay, Buck. Remember that?
Twitty.
Twitty, that was it.
Twiggy. A photographer captured the exact moment a squirrel stopped to smell a daisy.
That's real, not photoshopped.
Nope, not photoshopped.
That's nice, though. Very good.
Remind you to pay attention to the small things in life and appreciate them while you can.
You're right. Wow,
how many of y'all still have trees lining your roads like this? Ours are long gone. Been well over a month.
Still have a lot in the UK. The UK will still have a few tree-lined roads. Forest drives mainly and stuff like that, but yeah. Not as long as obviously what you have in the States. So, you know, our roads are nowhere near the length of what you've got. But yeah.
How many of y'all can relate to this on a beautiful long drive? You pull up to somebody and one truck's passing another truck. Doing less than 1 mile an hour faster than the other truck.
We've got a
and
term
there you are. At 2200, still waiting.
We've actually got a name for that. It's called elephant racing. We call it elephant racing. When two trucks
elephant racing
side by side. Yeah, that's what we call it. When two trucks are sitting there side by side. Because in the UK, I don't know in the US, but most HGVs in the UK are limited to 56 mile an hour. They've got a built-in limiter. So when you see them overtaken, you're like, how are you going to get past? I think the only time they can pass each other obviously when they hit a hill, if one truck's more powerful than the other and get up the hill quicker than the other. That's the time you would generally I know what you mean. Elephant racing.
I'm a dream girl. A carpenter's dream. Flat as a board and easy to nail.
I like it.
Karma says when you destroy someone's life with lies, fake hopes, and promises, please take it as a loan because it's going to come back to you with interest.
Oh, yes. Well, that's a fucking tremendous statement, that.
How many of y'all remember this guy?
Oh, God. Oh, shit, I know it. No, I know it. Come on.
Six Pack Kid is right, man. I went to a fast food place the one time and their power was out and they couldn't serve me because their computers were down. We can't figure out the tax and actually give you the correct change back. Mallory and Cheryl got it right. Right off the bat. That's Richard Dean Anderson in MacGyver.
MacGyver. That's what it was. couldn't think of
Another
it.
show that they've completely remade and sucks compared to the original.
Yeah.
I'm just grateful that they haven't tried to remake the A-Team.
Oh, God, no. They would destroy that. MacGyver, man.
How many of y'all did this in Christmas morning? Because you got a Hot Wheels kit.
Yeah. We did it with train sets as well. We've got train sets. We used to just build them in the middle of the floor.
Darren's like, oh, you jinxed it, man. They'll be coming out with that next year. Mallory's like, they did do a remake of the A-Team. Really? I missed it.
Did they? Woke
it was
A-Team.
a woke A-Team. How many of y'all remember your mom getting that for Christmas one year?
Oh, God, I think my mother would have killed me if we give her that.
Ceramic Christmas tree. Single light bulb
Yeah,
inside.
Another thing. Another thing that worked over here, I don't think. Ah, yes, they did. They made the movie A-Team. That was right. It was a lot of shit.
How about these? Dinner tables.
Jesus. I was around Custard's.
How about this?
Old carriage clock.
That was a big thing in the 80s.
No. Yeah, carriage clock.
How many of y'all had a thermostat like that?
Thermostat like that? No. I think I've still got one in my house. It's not fucking old.
We got an Amazon one. Smart one. Yeah. It's so nice. I can bring it up right now. And I'm going to change it from heat to air conditioning. I'm going to turn it on right now.
We've still got a thermostat like that. Not as old as that, but we've still got a thermostat on the wall. That's how shit our house is.
How many of y'all had card tables like this that came out on Thanksgiving for the kids to sit at?
We had old pine kitchen table sets. That's what we had. Pine wood. They were all made of pine. They were like bench style kitchen table set. That's what we ended up with.
How about china cupboards? Cheryl's like, yep, that's the kids' table.
We used to call them corner units. That's what they were, corner units.
Curio cabinets.
Yeah.
Because curio cabinets weren't just the ones that went in the corner. They are also the flat ones that would set up against the wall.
Yeah,
my wife was so happy she got to inherit that from her mom.
The thing is, they were all, the big thing I can remember about them, they were all dark wood. They looked so dark and dull until you put the little light on. Yeah, the little light
Ben's
and
like, hey
shelves.
man, when were you at my house showing all these things? Huh?
Oh, fuck, you know.
This is an episode of Sesame Street I never got to watch. Man, and I feel gypped.
Oh.
Look at all that blow.
I've never fun at Sesame Street.
Holy cow.
That's one big stack of coke, isn't it? Battery's dying. Again.
Hey man, you've heard of Elf on a Shelf. How about Cow on a Plow?
Oh god. Have you seen the new one they're bringing out this year with Snoop? Snoop on a something it's called. There's a new one with Snoop. It's Snoop on a something it's called. I can't remember what it's called. It's an Elf on a Shelf.
I can't believe I just spent 15 minutes searching for my phone in my car while using my phone as a flashlight. I can.
Oh, almighty. While using your phone as a flashlight. Really?
What would be the best medium to present my beauty? A pencil sketch on parchment, an oil painting on wood, or charcoal portrait on cardboard? I was perhaps thinking a chalk outline on a sidewalk. My wife got her first buck. I am so proud of her. Our insurance company, not so much.
Holy shit.
And just when you think you've had enough coffee, a new gimmick to buy more coffee. This one's all yours, Kenny.
I've just looked up that Snoop one. It's called Snoop on a Stoop. That's the new Christmas elf. Snoop on a Stoop. That's what it's called. I'm not shitting you. It is. It's Snoop on a Stoop.
Hey, man, there's been talk about the Mars missions being all female to avoid astronauts having sex during the 1.5-year journey to Mars. Should we tell them?
Oh, shit.
I want to tell them the truth. What do you think?
Yeah.
Do you want to tell them?
No.
From Obi-Wan to Darth Vader. Beautiful lava lamp for you. Your boss asked what happened. Respond in 4 words.
Holy fuck, what? Yeah, I'll show you this. I'll quickly show you this. There you go, right? That's it there. Snoop on a stoop. And there he is. Snoop on a stoop.
Earthquake is 1 word, Chuck. We need 4 words. And think back to what we were saying earlier. This is all from our childhood. What all do you remember in our childhood? Who would have come blasting through? I'm sorry, it's not a brick wall.
I was thinking, what the fuck? That's 3 words, isn't it?
Just the Kool-Aid Man. Remember the Kool-Aid Man would smash through the wall? There's a commercial we all watched. Kool-Aid. Which was nothing but sugar water with coloring and flavoring. Here is the only known photo of Schrodinger's cat.
Folks, that's... Really? What on earth?
Well...
I think this is a fake. I don't think this is real.
I don't think you realize how close we came to a world-ending event. Mentos truck collided with Coca-Cola.
Holy shit.
Look at if Elon Musk rocket a run for its money.
The world has ended.
8-year-old me when I find a great stick. Also, 30-year-old me when I find a great stick.
Yeah. I can relate
You don't have to give up your youth.
Nope.
You remember all the wooden guns we had as little kids? We'd go out and find these little sticks and cut them into the right size and shape. Play cops and robbers, cowboys and Indians. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please be sure to bring up politics at Thanksgiving dinner this year. It's going to save you money on Christmas gifts. If you love that piece of advice, you can follow me for more holiday tips on how you can save money. Meanwhile, I took a sneaker and threw it on a turkey leg and let my dog patrol around the neighborhood. I don't think I'm going to have anybody break into my house.
Shit. That's what a good idea.
And folks, let me remind you to watch out for people like this.
Yeah.
Empty mind, full mouth.
Exactly.
And you were asking about Christmas shit. Here's the word for it. It's called premature trijaculation. Not to be confused with Michael Redfern's premature niculation, which is blamed for the teen vaping epidemic. The premature trijaculation is the act of erecting one's festive decor in any month prior to December.
I totally agree. Yeah.
Never take advice from me because you'll end up naked.
Comment?
Mattel pulls Wicked Dolls after mistakenly listing adult porn site on the package.
Holy shit.
How did they not know that was a porn site?
Imagine that. Right, children, we want to watch a family movie. Oops.
Oh, I want to go buy one of those. Let me type that name into the Google. Telling you, this world is filled with evil people and a bunch of pedophiles. They need to be extinguished from society. Oh,
you're right, man. Wow.
Never go full commie. I'm not an asshole. I'm a hemorrhoid. I irritate assholes.
I like that.
Life
That's
goal.
a good saying. Yeah. That's awesome.
When you're so sad at catching Smurfs, you're forced to find a new job.
He looks like him out the movie, yeah. Definitely looks like him, doesn't he? Jesus, that's uncanny.
Never fight a dinosaur. You'll get your ass kicked. Your ass kicked.
Your ass kicked, yeah. Yeah.
This place is making me very uncomfortable, Jessica.
Smoked sausages, 3 for £9. Oops.
When your family asks you what you talked about in therapy, do you want me to be honest or nice?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Europe's fertility crisis is reaching a climax.
Oh, God.
Live births per women. More than 1.6 is in yellow. Less than 1.2 is in dark red. Which countries are going to get obliterated first? Spain, followed by Italy, Poland, Lithuania, and then Finland.
Oh, well, wait, the UK, the birth rate there's great, but you're not British, it's all foreigners.
Finally achieved world peace.
Oh, God.
Dogs have no idea how wonderful they are. They just wander around making the world a better place and try to cheer up those that need it.
That's so true.
Trying to stay sleepy when you go to the bathroom at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, I've been there and done that. Wake up in the middle of the night. Oh, I need to get on the toilet. That's it. Come out. Bing. Wide awake. Like, shit.
I could have got another 2 hours of sleep. What's going on?
Yeah, been there.
All right,
that.
how many of y'all out there remember the tabletop Pac-Man at Pizza Hut?
Mm-hmm. My friend actually bought one of them machines. He had one in his house.
I built one of them machines for my house and sold it for what it cost me to make it because they wouldn't give me a penny more than what that cost to make it.
Oh.
I don't mind at all having to pay taxes when the poor can't. What really pisses me off is having to pay taxes when the rich don't and won't.
Yeah, that's the big one, isn't it?
Sometimes trying to prove that you're the best is an insult.
Cheater. I'll give you the head start, guys. I'll come out in a minute.
And then you're going to be my breakfast, lunch, snack, and dinner.
Yeah. That's before you cross the finish line.
And a reminder for those of us that already know this, but, you know, it's nice to look at. Life on social media versus reality.
Exactly. Oh, shit.
Gives a whole new definition to putting your best foot forward.
Yeah.
Rotten to the core. Some of them are. Never judge people by their looks.
That's cool.
Reality is created by the mind. We can change our reality simply by changing our minds.
Yep.
Get past the Stockholm Syndrome, folks. How many of y'all had Formica tables?
Oh, God, no. Hell no.
That's an American 50s and 60s pop cultural thing there.
Definitely.
There were in a lot of homes.
Yeah.
You had that whole chrome look, and it was actually aluminum. The legs were chrome, and the Formica top, and the cushioned seats. That shit never went bad.
50s.
My grandma did. Al Ben's got one in yellow. He's still trying to figure out how I got into his home to take all these pictures. And once again, reminder of Nancy Pelosi and how long she's been around Washington, D.C. This here picture was taken at JFK's inauguration.
Holy shit. It's old shit, for God's sake, Jesus.
Nancy Pelosi, the girl that was giving away the secrets on how the government gets shit done. They leak it to the news creates an article about it, then they use that article as justification for passing the ridiculous laws and taxes.
Yeah.
That infringe on our human rights. And the same map of GDP per capita here in the United States. This, I think, is utterly ridiculous when you factor in what minimum wage is here in the United States.
Yeah, they're a bit far-fetched, the figures, yeah.
I mean, people have a professional degree and have a good job and haven't lost it to outsourcing. That's what they make. But that discounts all the people that are living on minimum wage, working 3 jobs just to make ends meet.
Exactly. It's just showing you what the high earners are doing, isn't it?
That's what the average earners are making, because you also have to factor in that the CEOs in these companies where they work at are making anywhere from 1,000 to 5,000 times what the lowest wage earner in that company makes.
Definitely.
Which offsets the scale quite a bit.
Definitely.
And I never thought, I was looking through a bunch of old pictures, as you guys can tell today. I do a lot of reminiscing on the dad joke section. And once again, this has been a little excessive, but I never thought the day that my ex-wife offered me this table for free, just to come and pick it up, take it apart, and take it out of her house, that I would end up doing this show with you guys every single week.
Really? Wow. How you've developed, sir.
And because I like to include every place, let's compare what figures we saw in the United States to what it's like in Africa.
Wow.
$1,000 in Chad. $670 per year in Niger. You know all those lovely spam emails you get from Nigeria?
Yeah.
$1,000. Tanzania's $1,000 a year.
Well,
South Africa, $6,000 a year.
That is a huge country that does all the scams. There's a lot of scams come from them, lot.
Yeah. Now you know why.
Yeah.
There is no economic activity to be spoken of there. So prohibition doesn't work. And your taxes are actually killing people. And the places where it's killing people the most is the poorest people. Meanwhile, if we research physics, we can access the trebuchet. You know, having modern military is the key to safety and effective attacks.
Well.
You were gone 7 hours to smoke. It was a brisket. It was a brisket, not a cigarette. You said I could go smoke.
Give out.
You didn't say what.
God. That's the biggest piss take, isn't it?
All right. Here's England. Here's your Europe. Here's your GDP per capita.
51 in the UK. Fucking hell.
And that's in dollars, not pounds.
Look at Ireland. Even smaller again. 106. Wow.
Look at Hungary, 23K. Romania, 20,000.
Poland,
I could
23.
retire and take my Social Security benefits that I'm going to get here when I reach retirement age in the United States and go live in Europe, go live in Hungary, and live really well with the crap I'm going to get on Social Security, which isn't going to be enough to even pay for rent if I ever lose my house.
Exactly. It's crazy, isn't it? Cost of living around the world is crazy.
And William Dobson's submission for the weekly Dad Jokes contribution. Canada have announced that they will be banning plastic straws here very soon. So here's a picture of a straw for reference. So generous of him to supply a reference straw so we know it's getting banned. What do you think?
Not the only thing that's plastic on there.
And that'd be the end of the dad jokes.
Very good.
Which is good because we're 4.5 hours into the stream and we haven't done a retro vape and we haven't done any DIY mixing or anything.
Now 4.5 hours already. Jesus.
And the struggle is real every week. I'm trying to figure out, where am I going to have enough dad jokes? Did I save enough dad jokes?
You spoiled us this week, my friend. You spoiled us.
I need to count how many dad joke memes I have because we didn't even get to the ones in Twitter.
Really? Wow. Oh, well,
so I need to set an allotted number of dad jokes. See, that's why this show is in beta still. We're still working all the bugs out.
Yeah.
Spend 2 hours doing dad jokes. Or 3 hours doing the news. And last week, we'd still ended up with doing a 6-hour stream.
Yeah, it was nothing.
Mallory's like, I try to do 20 a week.
20?
Up on the Discord server. That problem is I don't count them. I just, if I see something good, I save it. And it goes to Google Photos, and I just download everything that's new in Google Photos.
But don't get me started because I could hunt a few. The wife, she finds some belters. The wife, honestly, she has made stitches from the ones she finds. They're absolutely
Last week, my wife supplied half of the jokes that we had.
Yeah, she finds some belters there. Like, it was really funny.
Yeah, drop them on the Discord, mate.
I'll have to tell her to send them over.
Yeah, she can join the Discord and just drop them in there.
Never forget Peanut, R.I.P. Oh, Peanut. Oh.
Peanut.
Right.
Well, I think since it's getting so late in the show, I think we're going to skip our smock retro vape. It's just a resin tank.
Hey.
Prince, I think, resin tank. And I think we'll do our random recipe. We'll come up with mixing something because I need to get started making stuff for your Christmas box.
Ooh. Yeah.
So
look forward. Let's do that. And I can go for a quick
lube break.
wee. Yeah.
Random recipe. Yes. Mallory, I am so sorry. I had every intention of not only sending Kenny some, but I was going to send a little bottle your way too, so you could experience the rich aroma of musk flavor. I'm sure you would have gotten the same impression I did. It smells like old Granny's atomizer. All right. So he's still in the loo, so let's see what we can mix up for him. We have a mixed strawberry milkshake. What? A strawberry milkshake? Look, it's already formulated for his use and everything. 120 ml bottle. Vanilla bean ice cream. We have TPA sweetener. Capella sweet strawberry. TPA's ripe strawberry. And Capella's milkshake. That's a new flavor for me. I don't think I've ever mixed with that one before. Mallory's like, I already have Chanel number 5. I don't need musk. This isn't like Chanel number 5. My mom wore Chanel number 5. It definitely smells more like old granny perfume than like pleasant female perfume. I think this would be a good one to mix up. Let's go come back to it when he gets back and see if he's interested in it. Ice Granite Dragon.
Apologies. That was a
Ice
long
Granite
one.
Dragon. Dragon, pomegranate, and ice. No.
Ooh,
no.
Ice. Oh, no. Chillin WS23.
I mean, part of me wants to really try it because I've never mixed dragon fruit at an equal percentage with pomegranate. Dragon fruit's got some funk to it, especially when you push it at higher quantities. It is a beautiful accent flavor because it like ties a lot of different fruits together. But
50-50
primarily
mix,
dragon fruit and pomegranate? Well, that's for a pod.
ratio. Gotta be.
It's 30-70, 70-30 for the e-liquid.
Yeah, but your quantities there, you've got 6%
for
dragon fruit and 6% pomegranate.
Yeah, so it is 50-50, and Darren's like, yep, that is too high.
Yeah, it's too high.
It gets funky. Okay, so anyway, here's the one that we came across out in... I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, I bet he would like that. A mixed strawberry milkshake.
Very nice.
You like that idea?
Yeah. I like a strawberry.
I've never used Capella's milkshake before, so this is going to be interesting.
Capella.
So we have the classic combination of TPA's ripe strawberry with Capella sweet strawberry. This looks like it's been modified a couple times and the percentages has been adjusted. That's how you get those oddball ones, 4.1, 3.6. And TPA sweetener and vanilla bean ice cream. And it's 120 mils.
I know, Darren, you should do a strawberry custard, shouldn't he? No custard.
Well, the milkshake is kind of a strawberry thing.
It's similar.
Okay. This is your recipe, so you get to pick what you want. You want sweet raspberry custard cheesecake?
Oh. Where did that come from? Oh, that'll just be nicely ripened by the time it arrives as well. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That would be
we'll
awesome.
Adapt this. You want it at
that would be
3?
Absolutely awesome. 3, yes, please.
Okay. Everything else should be the same.
Cheesecake!
Cheesecake, yeah. No sweetener added. Do you want to add your own sweetener?
Let's do this.
Or do you want me to put some in?
Yeah, you can put a bit in.
I'm speechless.
Cream cheese icing's got a little bit of sweetness to it naturally. New York cheesecake doesn't have any. Sweet strawberry probably has some sweetener in it already. Sugar cookie has a hint of it. Yeah, that's going to be good. And 10 mils is not what we're making. We're making 120 mils for the bloke.
Woohoo. Christmas is coming. Christmas is coming.
All right. Rand's cream cheese icing. Voila. Walk into a bake shop and ask them if you could smell cream cheese icing. And that's what this LA Flavors is like. To a T.
Not good.
It's perfection. If you don't have it in your flavor arsenal, highly recommended.
Yeah.
All right. TPA sweet raspberry.
Oh, Darren D's going to do the same, but he's going to use blackberry.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Interesting. Dusty Country Road actually has 120 mil of it sleeping in her desk now. What can we say to that one? Yeah.
So we need New York cheesecake and sugar cookie from Capella. All right.
And I'm not
New York cheesecake, sugar cookie.
I'm not having that one. Mallory,
Sweet strawberry and vanilla custard.
Mallory, I do not agree with that at all. You can go away with that. Have you seen this? Have you seen this, Alex? Have you seen this? This bad influence? Musk.
Bad influence?
Musk. Look. Hunky, don't forget that musk flavor for Kenny. No. Hell.
I apologize for not sending her a little sample of it too. She's like, no thanks. I have plenty of Chanel number 5.
That's what I'm saying. You you just no. Hell to the no. No, not happening.
What, you said you wanted 120 mils of it?
These are 100, whichever's easier.
Of musk?
No, not the musk. I want 0 mils of musk. How you doing, Sean? Nice to see you. Oh. Darren D, he made your watermelon and he did adapt it. And he sent it in last week's B-log. The log. So there you go.
Love it.
Well done, Darren. Musk. My God. I wouldn't even give it to the dog. What is the matter with these Australians?
Now the real question is, do you want salt, Nick, or do you want freebase?
Salt, please. Freebase just coughs. I'm coughing like a banshee on freebase now. I cannot handle freebase anymore. I don't know what's the matter with this. I'm turning into a wimp. It's embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing.
All right, I'll have to modify the recipe, but okay.
I do, honestly. It's embarrassing. I just can't. I've tried it again, and I just cough like a banshee on it for some reason.
Well, I knew I needed to get the big thing of VG out anyway. So I got my Delosi Lab Salt Nick here.
Oh.
It's the same concentration, but this is a 50-50, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So I need to revise that. Edit.
5% of what? Musk? Nowhere.
Okay. It's still 100. Save. That just changes the PG ratio.
I wouldn't care. I just love freebase. I just can't, honestly.
I love freebase.
I know, Darren. I'm a wimp now. I used to enjoy. I mean, I was a freebase mad when I first. That's what the ironic thing is. When I first started vaping, I was on freebase, and I just never coughed on it. And then when I went over to salts, it was like, oh, it took some getting used to. But then if I try base now, it's like, Jesus Christ, oh, that's strong. The throat hit's really strong. I'm a wussy. I'll take my hat off and I'll totally admit I've become a bit of a wuss in my old age, but never mind. As long as you enjoy it, that's the main thing. But the actual secret sauce I got last time was the hybrid, which got a bit of both, and that was quite nice, actually. The hybrid.
Alrighty.
Really nice. Ooh, puddingberry crumble.
So we need 4.13 grams of our secret sauce.
What is? I'm trying to remember who I used last time to send your parcel over because it was okay, and I can't remember who the fuck it was now.
I use pirate ship, so whoever the cheapest is the one that I'm going to go with. And I think it was UPS last time.
It wasn't so much the cheapness, it was just somebody that just didn't ask any questions, really, what was in it.
Well, see, the thing with pirate ship is you still have to fill out the customs form, so I had to put everything that's on there, and that's especially true because you get VAT. So customs is automatically going to open it and check it and verify the list against what's in the box.
Yeah.
Here in the States,
think I had
the chance of it being checked is slim and none.
So I better get it over before Trump comes in because he's going to start taxing all imports, isn't he? I'm putting a tariff on them.
Not person to person. He's only taxing, and this is the other thing I think is a misinterpretation of it. He's not just going to be wildly taxing everything. He is doing it to balance trade between countries. So if, let's say China charges a 30% tariff on any American car that goes to China, he's going to charge a 30% tariff on any car coming from China to here.
It's just going to match what they're doing, basically.
He's going to match what it is and try to even the tables. And by doing that, it's an encouraging way to remove tariffs from everything and let people have free trade to compete based upon the actual, price and quality of your product.
I kind of like that. I think that's what we tried to do when we left the EU. We're still trying to push for free trade, and the EU went, "You're fucking having a laugh, aren't you?"
Yeah. All right, so cream cheese icing from LA Flavors. Just 3 grams of this.
Tell you what I have noticed,
What might that be?
With these disposables, if you hammer them, you do get a bad chest. I have noticed that with disposables. You chain them and that, you do get a bit of a chest.
That's a salt issue because you don't get the throat hit to let you know that you've had nic. You have to wait until your body's metabolized enough of it that your head feels the reaction of it.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
it's too much nic for what you're used to. My wife has the same problem. She gets indigestion all the time from her disposables.
I mean,
she never had that when she was using 6 milligram.
With that one there, that's still, I'm on my last pod, which is number 4. Still got some in. Up to now, this 2,400 puff devices last us 2 days. And I know for a fact that one, that'll be dead tomorrow. But that's kind of a lot. 2,400 puffs in 2 days. It's like, it's a bit over the top, I would say, with one of these.
The primary flavoring in this recipe is the sweet raspberry. Wow.
I'm a big fan of raspberry.
You're going to love this one. I smell it from here.
Yeah. Chuck Hawkins has said his salt nick makes his asthma bad. Yeah, I can kind of agree with that.
Whereas
like
freebase, you feel it right away, both in your throat and in your body's reaction to it.
Ooh, very nice. I think that's where it is, because with the salts, you don't really get the throat hit unless you take a really, really big, long drag, then you can, but generally, like you said, I think sometimes you can't feel it, and so you're kind of chasing it, so that's where you kind of start to chain it. You're sitting there, well, there's no throat hit, I'll have another go, I'll have another go, and then that's probably why you end up chaining them, and hence the dodgy chest. Or again, like you said, you get chronic indigestion or heartburn off them. Ooh.
1.8.
Holy moly, man. That looks good. I need to get some stuff. I've got so many bills to pay up to now. Christ, I've got so much going out at the moment. I'm really fed up. God.
Yeah, my wife was panicking the other day. She was looking at the bills coming in, looking what her paycheck was. She was mad about her paycheck not being what she thought it was. And it's like, oh, well, I kind of overspent recently last 2 weeks. So
it just kind of happens all right on top of Christmas or on top of a birthday. Every time there's like a special event, it happens right on top of that. I mean, I've got like a £2,600 tax bill to pay before the 1st of January. Ouch. That was off when I was driving for Amazon when I was self-employed. I've got to put my tax returns in for that year, and it's like $2,500. I'm like, I could do without that. Car tax. I've got to tax my car on Friday, which is a amply sum of 35 quid for the year, so I'm not going to worry too much about that one.
Is that all it is?
Yeah. Because of the emissions, it's got low emissions. For diesel, it's got the low emissions. I can go into all these clean air zones now across the UK, and I don't have to pay any toll because of the low emissions on the car. Which I'm over the moon about. Have you been working on that cherry bagel recipe at all?
No.
Oh. Not that it wasn't bad in the first place, but yep, it was, and now you're going to...
Maraschino cherry is what I need to add to it to give that little cherry on top.
You were going to tweak it, weren't you? Darren, I'm not salivating. I'm drooling. I'm drooling over this one, mate.
And you haven't even smelled it yet.
Yeah.
So once again, here's a reminder of this recipe that we just mixed up for him. Sweet raspberry custard cheesecake.
Oh, God, the name's just...
8% sweet raspberry from TPA, followed by New York cheesecake at 2.5%, cream cheese icing at 2.5%, sweet strawberry at 1.5%, vanilla custard at 2.5%, 0.5% of sugar cookie, and 0.5% of super sweet.
Oh, my lordy do. That sounds exquisite, mate. Just raw.
Setup and salt, Nick, 3% total.
I like that. That looks the business. 6-pack, where do I pay? Take my money.
Yeah, and from the profile that's in here, the cream cheese icing is going to be that little je ne sais quoi that ties all these bakery aspects together. The New York cheesecake and the vanilla custard is a classic combination for cheesecakes.
Sounds divine.
I think you're probably going to add another 0.5% or 1% of sweetener to this when you get it.
We shall see.
But we'll see.
There's
no way of knowing for sure. Because that is a lot of sweet raspberry in there.
Yeah, like I say, you've got some sweet stuff in there, so it might just be right. But it's no hardship. A couple of drops of sweetness not gonna kill us. Well, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Love it.
No worries,
As
mate.
always.
No worries.
As always. Oh, it is. I should just put just invoice, just send them invoices, just say, make us this, I'll send you an invoice. just recoveries costs a bit.
Episode. Hold on.
Six-pack kids looking for a really good coffee. Ooh, plenty out there, isn't there?
Yeah, but the problem is that the coffees are hard to get the percentage right.
Yeah.
I mean, it legit tastes like an espresso, or it's hard to get the creams to match the coffee percentage.
Yeah.
You gotta wait. It changes constantly.
I see.
All right, episode 0.3.43 for this year.
I think I've got a couple of copies in my car. Actually, I think it's by a company called Buddha Vapes. I think I've got a latte one in there. And there was another one, I can't remember what it was called. I have a couple of coffees in the car.
19 November 2024.
Six-pack kid would like to know if you could probably rustle up a coffee recipe for the next vlog.
Yeah.
No harm in having a look.
We'll come on with
Definitely
that.
have a look. Is it snowing where you are, Sean? Because up here in the wonderful northeast, it's no snow. Cold, but no snow. Yes. Lovely.
And I didn't put on the package that it's 3. So you'll have to remember that.
Yeah, that's right. Happy Hippie tiramisu makes a good coffee. Or tiramisu, however you pronounce it.
Tiramisu is a delicious Italian dessert.
Yeah.
It goes well with coffee.
Thank you very kindly, sir. That looks bloody wonderful. He spoils me, at Christmas, folks. He does. He spoils us. He bloody shouldn't, but he does. Look at him, man. He shouldn't, but he does. He spoils us rotten.
That right there is a box of these.
Oh.
100 coils. Fuse clapped in NI 80, wrapped in NI 90, 3 millimeters in diameter, 0.26 ohms per coil.
Very
100
nice.
pieces.
That's very nice, sir. It's just around about my resistance. Very nice.
And as you requested, 3 bags of those 510 sleeves.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to make some with them. Definitely going to do some with them.
There's this bottle.
I was thinking of doing something with resin. That's what I was thinking of doing, something with them. That's the plan. Fiberglass resin.
Lovely. I need to decant some of this Saltnik. Make it easier to mix this stuff up, because I'm sure you're going to want more.
I guess I think I'll probably be sending yours out towards the next week or so you can get it in time. I don't know what the postage is like from UK to Christmas. Always gets busy. I think I'll start building it up for you.
You have to take a look and see when you sent it the last time. It didn't take long. It was there in 2 days.
Yeah. Still, nice to get it out.
All right, what else? Anything else? You want to make another one?
Have a look. Let's have a look. What was that? The one you made? Oh,
what was that? The 4-banger.
4-banger custard. I remember that one. Definitely want that cherry bakewell again, but whether you want to...
the 3-banger custard.
Yeah. Or definitely Depot cherry bakewell again, but I don't know if you want to modify it or just send it out, because that was tremendous. And I almost forgot. You've already made it at one point. Rum and raisin.
Oh, yeah. Your Kenny's rum and raisin. Let's do that.
Oh, I remember that one. Holy shit, that sounded good. So it did. This, folks, honestly. There it is.
Kenny's rum cookie.
There it was. That was the one. Oh, look at that, guys.
So we're going to need to modify that. Edit. Go back. I'm not going to edit that one. I am going to modify this one.
It was awesome, that.
Because we're doing 120 of this.
Because if I remember correctly on that episode, folks, he teased the shit out of me with that when he done that. He just wound me right up with that when he done that. He did. He was going, ooh, this is wonderful.
It sure is.
If I remember correctly.
It's a coil killer, but she's definitely delicious.
Oh, it's worth the sacrifice. Let's face it. There's a box of 100 coils there, so I'm not going to be fussed for them, are you?
Nope. And you can dry burn them at least half a dozen times.
Exactly.
As long as you don't overdo it. You know, like get them too hot.
No. Just a slight glow. Oh yeah, they've got Black Friday is coming up in it, so you might get some deals. Have you had Black Friday in the US yet, or is that coming up the same as ours?
No, next week is Thanksgiving.
Right.
Black Friday is right after day after Thanksgiving.
Ah, right.
It'll be next
I think
Friday.
It's coming up here. I think it's this Friday for us. But the thing is, you know, Black Friday they just reduced the prices on all the shit. Nothing now. Like if you wanted something nice, you go, oh, I'll have a look on the Black Friday. And there's hardly anything comes off it. You know what I mean? It's like shit. I've been like looking for a new lens for my camera, and so I've got a couple in my basket, but like I haven't come down a great deal. Like very good at. Yep. Then you've got Cyber Monday. Because that's right. You've got Cyber Monday as well, haven't you? After that, Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Holy moly! Whatever next. Whatever next, people.
All right, so we got Cookie Premium. We have SSA's Crumbly Cookie. Jamaica Rum.
What kind of camera did you get, Chuck? What a nice-ish camera. I never know what kind it is. The DSLR, or is it a semi-auto, or an auto, or a point and click, or is it what we got?
Jamaican rum, rum and raisin, SSA's whipped cream, and super.
Lumix G7. Bloody good camera, mate.
Nice.
Very nice camera. DSLR, isn't it? Lumix G7.
Yep.
I think a lot of people, I think a lot of the Lumix followers were big on the G5. I think that was the big camera that everybody used. Apart from all your Sonys and cameras, I think the G5 was very popular. So I don't know how far you're going to go with the G7. Just practice, mate. Try stuff. Especially if you're going to do any kind of editing or color grading, if you want to go that far, because obviously you'll be able to shoot in log, which is fantastic for color grading. But you know, just stick to the auto mode for the time being and play about with it. Yeah, man, good camera for streaming, definitely.
Okie dokie. 1.32 for Cookie Premium from Flavor Art.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely Crumbly Cookie from SSA. 1.8.
Boom.
News just in. According to Kenny, gonna have a very tasty Christmas. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Sorry, you couldn't resist.
Ooh, spice. Here's where the lovely spice comes from. This Jamaican rum. Ugh. It's Captain Morgan.
Definitely Captain Morgan, eh?
Wow. Whew. Okay, 1.2 of that. Now we need some of Flavor's rum and raisin.
Ooh, hell yeah.
You know what this smells like? Christmas time when you open up a fruitcake.
Oh.
And you get that massive rum kind of scent to it. And it's
like
got
a Christmas cake.
Raisin spice to it.
Yeah, Christmas cake. Definitely a Christmas cake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's rum and raisin. Wow.
Damn. No. It hasn't worked. Yes.
Haven't heard from Darren in quite some time. Hope the mate's doing all right.
Oh, did you write that correctly, Mallory? I seen that what Mallory's tried. Have you seen it? She's tried, but I don't know if she's typed out right. There you go. I fake news. Kenny would look at Elon Musk. Hell
I'll
no.
check that out in a second.
Hell no.
Because I'm not sure if I enabled that for everybody to do it. Let me check it as soon as we get done here. Whipped cream, 3.6. Wait a minute. Where's my bottle?
No, people, stop it. No, not happening.
Oh, I could have swore I still had that sucker sitting out here. Whatever. Get used up on a
Happy
different
hippies. 6% musk, 6% condensed milk. Oh, God. Holy shit. Oh, dear. That's not good. That is not good.
3.6 of whipped cream. That right there be all of it. 10% flavoring.
What are you guys like?
Woo. 22.8 for PG.
There's my penny's worth. That's my penny's worth
just
for you
in.
guys.
According to Kenny, all you guys in chat are cruel. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
He's a horrible, he's a terrible.
Nah.
6% yogurt as well. Oh, God. We've got 6% musk, 6% condensed milk, and Mallory's, Dusty's put 6% yogurt as well. Oh, Jesus.
They love you.
You're all trying to poison me or something. I've been down that road once trying to.
Yeah, let's use Wonder Flavor for the condensed milk. Super concentrated at 6%.
It's 6% super sweet as well. Fucking hell.
That might make it tolerable.
6% musk, 6% condensed milk, 6% yogurt, and 6% super sweet. That sounds fucking ooh. No. That sounds so wrong. Let me think about that one. Nope. Done the calculations, hell no. Oh my God. The suggestions that's coming out here now are just like phenomenal. Maple bacon. I'll probably eat it, but not vape it. Oh, hey, what did I do? What have I done to upset you lot? I don't know. Had to palm me off with musk and all that stuff. You're terrible. Cruel.
All right. So let's go to commands.
It was what was it? Put it again.
Fake news should work.
I'll try typing it in for you if you want. Exclamation mark.
It's set up as all lowercase, but the case shouldn't matter. It's marked as not case sensitive.
No, it's not kicking in. Odd.
News just in. According to Hunky Vape, testing. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Working alright, like. I mean, I can push the button and go to graph, and you just type in it's working.
But it's not doing her.
Hang on, then I'll go 5th, 9th, 10th. And one. Love. One, blue. And love. And you. And key. It's not happening in chat. Like, I've just tried to get in chat. I don't know what's going on there. Dangle clacks up below. Here, bastards just coming to zappers. Is that right, mate? Is that right? What are you like? Good to see you, buddy. In fact, I'm not even going to give you a chance. I'm not going to even give you a chance, mate.
All right, Mallory, try it again. I have you listed as explicitly allowed to do fake news.
The secret code is Zab and Hunky. There you go, Mallory.
News just in.
Fine.
According to Mallory Gates, Kenny would love 10 mls of musk. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
No. No.
All right.
Not
So
happening.
that works. Let me. Remove all.
That's before you try
The
the
mods
zappers.
just banned a bastard.
All right, try it again. See if it works. Now that I deleted everybody. Why I was in there is myself being the only one allowed. Maybe I originally set it up that way. I don't know.
Ah. I think it's I got in before you, mate.
News just in. According to Hunky Vape, no such thing as fake news. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Want to know how to zap me? That's how you zap me.
There you go. There you go, A bastard. I zap Alex. That's how you get it. That's how you zap him.
Exclamation point. Zap Alex. And somebody
There
out
you
there
go.
try fake news. See if it works for you. Now that I've cleared the permissions.
I can type it in if you want, mate. Give it a bash.
Go ahead.
E-cigarettes have this great potential for harm reduction and to keep people from smoking cigarettes.
Vaping is better than smoking.
There you go. Drop them.
News just in. According to the vaping heat, Kenny does not want musk. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Bye, boo. I love it. Hey, what B-sod? What the fuck? What's that one? I haven't got that one, mate.
Ignore bot account. No, don't ignore bot account.
Just had to. Oh no!
News just in. According to Mallory Gates, Kenny is dying to try musk. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Will you stop? I am not. You've opened a can of worms, eh?
All right, that didn't work.
Definitely.
Let's figure out why.
Definitely opened a can of worms here, like. You know, if I get sent musk, I'll be very sad.
Oh, poor baby, so sad.
The baby, I don't want no musk.
Giving away all the clues for all the commands out there.
E-cigarettes have this great potential for harm reduction and to keep people from smoking cigarettes.
Vaping is better than smoking.
You're right.
News just in. According to Dusty Country Road, Kenny would love 120 ml of musk-free for custard. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
I've got... No! Hell no. No, it's not happening.
6.5 hours later.
Kenny's still not persuaded.
If you send us that, it'll go on the dog.
Let's keep on vaping like our lives depend on it, because they kind of do.
Because Kenny insulted us.
Australia is voting to legalize weed on the 27th of November. What happens on the 28th of November? In the States? Oh, Black Friday. Yeah, that was
I
Nick.
wonder if he's referring. I'm wondering if he's referring to Trump's
Anti-vaping
inauguration.
propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
Did we give away all of our cues?
You're one of those depressing old people, aren't you?
That's a little loud. Trevor needs adjusted.
You're one of those depressing old people, aren't you?
Oh,
ooh, fun
I forgot about
times.
the FDA.
That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
That is beautiful.
Let's see, what else? That works.
Oh, seem to be doing all right.
News just in. According to Mallory Gates, legal weed in Australia that intoxicates is fine for the teens to use, but vape nicotine is the devil. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
This is also okay.
Kill ya!
Chronic death is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I
And in case anybody decides that, you know, they want to do it a different way, well, it also works for Marlboro.
Kill ya!
And Altria. It's all the same thing. Need to extend the timer of the global cooldown for that. What else? What else haven't we tried? Oh my goodness, how could we possibly forget about our lovely flavors don't matter, right? So,
oh, what?
Can I please order some cancer flavor? There you go, pre-smoked cigarette ashes. Sold by Marlboro.
Hell yeah.
To season all your great food. Because we know for sure everybody loves ash flavor.
Holy shit.
Hot diggity.
What's that? What's that? I bet Kenny would like a maple bacon custard filled donut, sweet, salty, and creamy. Jesus Christ.
And it works on both platforms, so that's good.
Holy moly. Dusty's got it in for me, the night, like, definitely.
What is this one?
Ooh, you found one.
Did I finish that one? Hide Kenny.
What? Oh no! Don't do that one.
Blur Kenny.
Oh, thanks for that one.
And
Yeah.
since we all have Alzheimer's, you can do Kenny Hide and Kenny Blur. Doesn't matter what order you do it in. It's the same thing. And obviously that works for me as well. Hey, I'm not giving any secrets away.
Never had one, Neil. Never had one. Maple.
What's that?
Maple bacon donut. A maple bacon donut. Never had one.
Oh, they are delicious, mate.
Never ever had one, man.
I should make a maple bacon donut vape.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I've never had that delight. I would definitely have a go at one.
Let's see. How about Wayne? We haven't heard from Wayne.
I think this is a fake. I don't think this is real.
And
Definitely.
good news. Everybody knows good news. Laugh,
good
liar. I don't think this one's working.
Not me. Yep, the baby dear. Ooh, make me hungry.
See if we break OBS with that
Therefore,
one.
definitely would have a go at that.
I'll have to fix that one. Polaroid.
Ah, the snapper. Famous has a
I
bacon
worked on that
flavor.
for quite a while and
apparently.
I couldn't get it to work right. All right. That's all right. So
you made progress. We've made progress.
Here's Kenny's raisin and rum cookie.
Wow. I appreciate that one, sir.
Throw that in a box. We'll be good to go.
Appreciate it, sir.
5.5 hours in.
Appreciate it. Again. Where's it gone?
The last half hour
Where's
went
it
into
gone?
trying out all these new little things that we have going on.
Well, that's nothing wrong with that. Part of the fun, isn't it? I hate when I do that.
Yeah, it is the fun because, whatever, floats their boat out there that gets them interested in it, they're going to throw them in the chat next time we start the show. They'll be zapping you and spitting you and blurring you out.
Oh.
I still have... Where's my notepad? I had suggestions here that I've still got to work on. I think it was Kenny was asking for... No, it wasn't Kenny. Kenny Flames they were asking for. I want to see you catch on fire.
Oh, thanks for that one. I mean, Jesus Christ. These are very brutal out there.
And then somebody else asked for pew pew, pew pew pew.
Pew pew. Oh, the pew 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 pew.
And then obviously, we'll do other things that, I've seen elsewhere, like punch in the face, punch me in the face.
I've seen a couple of Star Wars ones as well. May the Force be with you. All that bullshit. Luke, feel the Force. Can you feel it?
And whose birthday is it?
Has anybody got a birthday or coming up birthday? Oh.
We'll see if it works.
That's awesome, that like.
Dusty's name's too long. I have to modify my script.
That's brilliant.
All right, the fireworks are a little excessive. I need to change that a little bit.
I think it's okay.
Mallory Gates' brother. What's your brother's name?
Ooh. Saturday. You pick a Snicker candy bar recipe. We'll have a look at that one. Ooh, let's have a look. Very nice.
Loading YouTube. Loading
Looks wonderful.
YouTube. Just open the freaking bloody link. Try running Windows Network Diagnostics. Why? I'm pushing 35 megabits up to 4 platforms.
Holy shit.
There's nothing wrong with my nothing wrong with my Control C. Control V.
Ooh,
That's Windows 8
Snickers
virus.
candy bar.
Nah, you can't open that link. We don't know what that
Well,
link
try
is
to
for.
open-
Nobody else has used it ever.
Are you trying to open the Snickers one, yeah?
Yeah.
Hold on, mate. There you go. Boom. There it is.
Control F,
Hey.
Control 1. Zoom in.
Control 1.
1.
Oh, this is on me. This is on me screen capture. It's not working on this one.
It should. Should work on any screen on your computer.
Yeah, it's not. It ain't having it for some reason. It's open. Yeah. You zoom it. Zoom it. Yep, that's open. Hang on then. Go. Run as administrator. Yep. Okay. Minimize that. Go on. It's zoomed in. It's zoomed in on. It's zoomed in on my main screen, but hasn't zoomed in on my little one.
Yeah, the mouse has to be over the little one.
Hang on a minute. Hang
When
on.
you zoom
there
it.
you go. Let's go. There we go.
There you go.
There we go. There you are.
So we have peanut butter buttercream from Wonder Flavors, Cornish cream from SSA. I don't have that one. Honey roasted peanuts. I don't have that one. Boy, this is giving me a list of things I need to buy. Dark chocolate ice cream from Wonder Flavors. Milk chocolate from Flavora. Oh, it finally decided to open.
Yeah. You got it, did you? There you go, sir.
Okay, so adapt this, save it as is. So next time I go to place a flavor order, I'll have to add the missing ingredients.
Looks really nice, that actually. The Snickers one.
Sure
really
does,
nice.
and I love Snickers.
Yeah. Can you remember what it used to be called? Especially in the UK before it was Snickers.
To my knowledge, it's always been Snickers here. You said it was something different, though.
Marathon. It used to be called a marathon. The marathon bar.
I've got
And then the
salted
change
caramel
Snickers.
from everybody, but except Flavor West.
Oh.
The milk chocolate from
Salted
Flavora, I definitely won't try and sub that out. Even at 0.25. Chocolates are so different. I've never had two chocolates that were even similar. Some of them
Right.
are more chalky. Some of them are more dark chocolate. Some of them are more fake chocolate. Like if you took Nesquik chocolate powder and just touched it on your tongue, it's not
Yeah.
a chocolate bar.
No.
It's a chocolatey experience. And honey roasted peanuts would be a fantastic flavor to have.
Oh.
And Cornish cream. Wonder what that's like.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Clotted cream is really good.
Yeah, Mallory, we do get fried Mars bars. We get fried Snickers. Yeah, the deep fry all that shit now. You can actually deep fry. They sometimes deep fry ice cream as well. How they don't get to melt, I'll never know. But yeah, chip shops are doing that now.
That's because they freeze it to begin with. They dip it in the batter. The batter takes the heat, and as the batter is cooking, it's releasing steam away from it.
Yeah.
And by the time it's done cooking the batter, it's just starting to warm the ice cream in the middle. So by the time it cools off, the batter keeps it in there, and then the cold re-solidifies the outside. Simple physics. But that looks fantastic. I definitely got to order some of those. And next week I'll have the recipes mixed up ahead of time, because the reason I ordered some of these flavorings was because I already had specific recipes I wanted to mix up. So we're going to mix those up next week. We'll focus more on that. Less dad jokes. Less news. Holiday times are getting here, so it's time for us to ignore the crap. Because they're going to keep dumping the crap out there. They have cash infusions on a regular basis. We don't. So we're going to try and focus on enjoying the hobbying aspects of vaping.
Yeah. Without a doubt.
Yep. I am really, really glad to see that Wayne has gotten more into the hobby aspect of things and taken things a little more seriously. And he's moved his studio and actually has built a lot of coils on live stream.
Really? Wow.
That takes some courage, especially as a new coil builder, for you to go live and just work your way through, making even a simple Clapton coil. I've tried it here before, even with the fancy tools I got. It is not easy.
No, I mean, I think I've successfully done a Clapton, a tri-core. But it does take some doing. Like, I mean, it's not easy. Not as easy as it looks.
I have too.
Yeah, man.
I did a worse job wrapping the coil than I did wrapping the Claptons to make the coil. But I did have a good 4-inch section where it was all screwed up until I finally figured out the right amount of tension to hold on the reel and the right distance to have it, where the wire was bending a little bit as it was spinning, but it was laying beautifully. Takes time.
The secret is keeping your core wires taut. You've got to keep them nice and taut. Any slackness or anything, it just throws you off.
Yeah.
I've done it a couple of times. It's fiddly and faffy, but at the end of it, the rewards are good if you can make a good coil.
Yeah.
Definitely. And you do have to have a bit of patience, obviously.
That I don't have a problem with anymore. I used to when I was younger. It was so hard to, stay focused without getting frustrated. And then I'd have to walk away because I was too frustrated to do it anymore. I mean, now it's gotten to the point now where I
get that note.
This is all it takes to calm me down nowadays.
I still get that now and then, but it's very rare. I think that only happens when you get one of them days where everything you touch just turns to shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You're like,
we've all had those days.
Yeah. I think I'll just go back to bed and get back up again and see if anything. You know what I mean? Try from the start.
I am chuffed to bits that everything did work out. OBS is streaming. There's been no real hiccups today other than the normal crap Windows tries to pull for security purposes. The deck's every once in a while flashing that it's reloading, even though there's no reason for it to reload. Us copying our link for the recipe. Windows didn't recognize it and had to run it through its send a mama ship first before it let it convert the link to an, e-liquid recipe page.
Like I say, I mean, touch wood, like my end hasn't been too bad at all. I was a bit dubious, obviously, with the Windows upgrade, but it seems to have
with the Windows upgrade, your panic about having to reinstall your audio, and then we tested it once, and the audio settings were perfect, and you still had a little bit of an issue there, but we fixed that by resetting your cache, And now you've got a sticky, so hopefully next week it'll be, snap for you to log in.
Fingers crossed.
But OBS is working great. Everything's in portable mode. Everything's backed up. I literally have a single batch file that I run, and it completely backs up everything. So after I get done making a bunch of changes, which I plan on doing, because some of the special effects I need to change the layers in the scenes. I'm excited because I can always go back to yesterday's version if I screw something up really bad.
Yeah, I've got mine backed up as well. It's not using the batch file. It's just going into the roaming file that's in your Windows, and you just copy paste that to wherever you want, and it's done. It's a simpler way.
That's because you're only backing up your settings.
Yeah,
that's it. And you're forced to reinstall everything. I legit have everything backed up, all the plugins. Every single image that it takes to make my OBS scene. So if my house burns down to the ground and I replace all the cameras and settings and sources that I have here with new stuff, for me to get up and running again, it's legit as starting the computer, installing OBS one time just to make sure that it creates all the file paths, and then restoring my original file setup, and then going in and changing all the cameras to the current new replacement. The rest of it all stays the same. All the layers, all the special effects, everything is still going to be there.
Like I said, I haven't got much running it anyway to start with, and all me media and all the stuff that I use is on a different drive anyway, so it'd be a pain in the butt, but I could do the scenes again.
Tell me about it.
Push come to shove. Yeah. But,
I legit had to go in all my other drives that I have stuff sprawled out. Some of it was from my original Hunky Vape drive that I created when I first started the YouTube channel. Some of the effects and some of the images. And move everything into an assets folder inside of the OBS folder in your programs folder.
Yeah.
And then relink them in OBS.
I've still kind of gotten there, but I've still got everything on a separate drive out the way, just in case everything goes tits up like it did the other week. But I managed. I got there eventually.
I'm looking forward to actually giving it a try. One of these days, I'm going to get online and do it on Twitch instead of just here on YouTube. But I'm going to just actually do some gaming, and I'm going to run OBS off of an external drive or my Google Drive. Or Dropbox.
Will it be fast enough though online? That's the thing. Your Dropbox now, will it be fast enough to run it? That's
a local folder. It just automatically backs it up online. Same way that OneDrive does the same thing.
Got you.
I could run it from the desktop, except the problem with Windows is that it likes to super protect items on the desktop. It hates batch files on a desktop. It asks you 3 times. Are you sure you really want to run this file from the desktop?
Yeah, of course I do, you divvy.
But the advantage is, let's say I'm at my mom's house one day and I want to run a stream there. I could go in and just a single webcam and replace all my cameras with that single webcam. Yeah, it's all going to be the same view, but all my scenes will still work.
Ah. Is that one that Nutty done on his video? Is that the same thing?
That's what I started with, and that's what I followed. But I quickly learned that like the Stream Deck plugin, it operates on a separate folder in Windows. It's program data. So you have to take the plugins from program data and copy them into your OBS folder. And then I found out that Teleport does the same thing. And that's not in Nutty's video. So I had to go and I'm like, listen, I went to Stream Deck. I chased down why Stream Deck buttons weren't working, even though it works. It's responding. I could program new buttons, but it didn't actually control anything in OBS because the plugins weren't actually installed in OBS. And once it was converted to a portable version, only the files and folders inside of the main OBS folder are actually accessed when it runs in that mode. Nothing external is referenced.
Right, yeah. Interesting.
But now that it's done, I could go anywhere. I could go to a friend's house and stream from there.
But at the end of the day, it's nice to have a backup of anything, that you've spent a long time setting up, and I mean,
That was my biggest threat.
I would hate to think that you had to start from scratch because there's so much.
One corrupted Windows update to take down your system and require a fresh install would have wiped it all out.
Yeah, that's
No, I
what
don't have to worry about it.
Wow. Thank God.
Yeah, my virtual DJ and my music is still on a separate hard drive, but I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
I could mirror that drive if I really was worried about it, but I could download it all from Epidemic Sound as I needed to.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you're running, any kind of computer software, whatever, it is nice to make a backup.
No, the batch file is actually inside the OBS folder. And it's got a link to where you want to save the backup, but other than that, it's as soon as you double click it, there's no question for administrative privileges or nothing. Because it's in that program directory inside of OBS, it automatically is authorized to run. So it use a 7-zip to create the zip file, but Windows can extract it without 7-zip. And the thing is, the nice thing about Nutty's thing, he did put that reference drive in to create one, so you could technically run OBS from any location on any drive, any folder on your computer.
They said you could put it on one of them USB sticks if you've got enough room on it and just go and plug it in. And it'll work anyway. Which is
especially because the way I have it set up, since I've got 128 gig of memory, I just have it load everything when OBS loads, and nothing needs to touch the hard drive the whole show, except what it's writing to it as the current recording. So cool, I have a local backup of every episode, every video I've ever published is saved on my computer and backed up online.
I couldn't imagine doing that. Like, I wouldn't have the room. I'd have to have like a freaking one of them NAS servers or something.
Nah, mate, one 10 terabyte hard drive is all it takes.
Really? Wow.
And 4 years of doing this, I only have 60% of that full.
Wow.
And every one of our shows are 5-6 hours long.
Yeah, that's a lot of gigabytes.
Well, it's only about 16.
Oh, really? Jesus.
Yeah.
Only. He says only. Christ. That'd be like 4 episodes would probably max my machine out. Or it'd be pretty. It's nearly full now.
As I've grown, I've just added things and upgraded things and moved things that were primary to secondary slots. So, I mean, like my main drive is a 2 terabyte drive now. But because I'm running things the way I am and because I did what I did, it's about 60% full. Now, this Black Friday, I could upgrade that to a 4 terabyte drive. It's only about $240 for a 4 terabyte NVMe drive as my primary. But I've got no reason to. What else am I installing on this thing?
I think I need to upgrade me NVMe one. I think I've only got. I think it's only 1 terabyte in that one. So
you need to upgrade your motherboard first.
Yeah,
because you've got a 300 series board.
Yeah, it's all board.
Go to an X570, even if it's a used X570 board. Everything that's on your old board will fit on your new board.
Yeah.
Windows will be bitchy the first time you load it up, but once it figures it out and sorts it out and you install the updated drivers, but everything else should be fine. Power supply, your graphics card, everything. And now your NVMe drive will also run at PCIe 4, not 3.
Oh, yeah.
And then the next thing you can do is get a new main hard drive and make your... Because an X570 board always has 2 NVMe slots. So you can take your primary buy a 2 terabyte NVMe, make that your primary, make your old one your secondary.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Like, so I could do the big issue on this machine storage. It just, I've got about 4 hard drives in, but they're not big. I mean, they're solid state, but they're not big ones. You know, they're pretty much old technology. I've got, what have I got there? Like I said, my VM blah blah one is terabyte. I've got another one that's 223 gig. I've got another one that's 237 gig. And I've got an external one which is 2 terabytes. But that's a bit iffy, that one. I've got a problem with that. Because when I copy anything onto it, I don't know if it's the USB connection or something, it'll copy it over. But when you go to open it again, it's just saying it's not there. I don't know what's going on with that. I'll have to look into that one. I don't know if I can say with it being ideally, I would have liked to connect it straight to the friggin' motherboard, but it's a USB one, so that's out the window.
Yeah, then you can just pull the cover off of it. If you pull the cover off it, you'll find out it's just a standard SATA drive inside there.
Yeah.
And you can put that on, I'm sure, even on a 320 or 380 board you got, there are open SATA ports in there that it can connect to.
I mean, they weren't expensive because the reason I got them were external hard drives for the Xboxes, because the one I bought for Owen has only got the smallest hard drive in, and you know yourself, as soon as you download about 2 games, that's it, it's maxed out, you know what I mean?
It's maxed out, yeah.
I got it.
A lot of people went out with their PlayStation 4, especially the PlayStation 5, and upgraded the hard drive. It's the first thing they did.
Yeah, so like I say, I've got him a 2 terabyte. I mean, he hasn't built it. He did because he dibbles and dabbles from game to game. He'll download
hard drive
it.
Prices have really come down lately. Holy crap!
Oh yeah.
Like I said, a 4 terabyte NVMe is only less than $250. I remember paying more than that for my 1 terabyte hard drive.
Oh God,
when I first got
I've got a couple of other external drives. Like I've got 1 terabyte and I've got another 2 terabyte, but they're all like photos and shit off like family and all that crap, and they're just like backups for that kind of crap.
And most people don't realize a lot of those USB drives are the shit drives that failed the initial testing when they manufactured it. So what they do is they'll remanufacture them and put them in a USB case as an external drive, because they figure most people aren't going to run them 24/7 like a regular hard drive. They're only going to plug them in when they need to do a backup, and then they'll unplug them and put them in a safe or wherever as their data is protected.
That's exactly what I do. If there's anything that needs to go on, it gets plugged in, dragged over, unplugged, and away it goes.
Yep.
But I mean, to be honest, like, they probably might need refreshing, because obviously hard drives do eventually fail. So our life is on them. You know what I mean? With photographs of childhood and everything. So they're probably going to have to be refreshed onto a newer, more modern hard drive eventually.
So like I said, the easiest transition for you is to get yourself a new motherboard, take everything from your old one and move it over there. If you can afford a 2 terabyte NVMe right off the bat, do that. If not, just do the motherboard, because you're only going to be out about $100 plus the time to do it, or if you're paying somebody to do it. Once it's up and running, then, next month, go get a 2 terabyte NVMe drive for like $120 and do a swap of your old hard drive onto the new drive.
Yeah.
And then pull the old hard drive out, start up Windows, everything's going to be working. And then you set your motherboard BIOS to only load from there, pop your old hard drive back in, and then you can format that. Now that's all available for data.
For storage, yeah. Definitely. But the external drive I use now are for I think I've got one dedicated drive for like DaVinci for the cache files and the fucking proxies and all that bullshit. That's just purely for that. But the other ones got the wife's games on. She's got GTA 5, she's got Tomb Raider. And Steam. There's a couple of Steam games go on that one. And then I've got another one that's just got bits of shit on, like downloads and all that crap, and bits and bobs and crap like that. But
listen, with my 2 terabyte drive, I've obviously got everything I run this show with on a weekly basis, plus all the ancillary stuff. I've got 3 sound cards essentially that are plugged through USB into there. So the software for all that is run. I've got the DaVinci Resolve plus the games. I've got all of my Steam games. I've got GTA. I've got Red Ghost Recon Wildlands. I've got Civilization 5 and 4 and 5 or 5 and 6. And there's like 8 games on there. So it's as full as it's going to get.
My MnC drive over terabyte, I've only got 57 gig left. That's fit full.
Is your cache, your DaVinci Resolve cache on there?
No, that's on an external. Everything's on an external for that. Oh, I've learned that lesson.
Mine is on there. And I clear that out every once in a while, and it's just like, there's 200 gig. What?
Yeah, I've learned that lesson a long time ago.
No, it can rebuild them. It doesn't take that long.
It's like, you look at your hard drives and they're red, and you're like, why is it red? There's fuck all on it. I haven't installed anything. Why is it red? And you go, DaVinci. Boom. Cache files.
That's how it plays, in real time when it's not actually real time. It makes a cache file, and it's playing the cache file, not your actual real files.
You've got your cache, you've got your gallery, and you've got your proxies.
But you also record in 4K. Raw.
Yeah.
Not me.
Wait, log profile, not raw. But yeah, man.
Yeah, wish we could afford raw cameras. Black Magic Raw.
No. I've got an app on me. Believe it or not, I've got an app on my phone, right? The app is actually called something Raw, and it does record in RAW, but you get about 5 minutes, and then your phone's just ram jam full. It's like, oh shit, it's getting hot.
Yeah.
The big files, RAW files, like the huge. Massive,
well, so we're coming on 6 hours. Again.
Well, we're like two old women, man. We're just
time to wrap it up.
It is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. We'll see you same time, same place next week. Hope you guys will have a fantastic week ahead. And I'm leaving Kenny to say goodbye. Hasta la vista.
Again, thank you everybody in chat as always. Absolute pleasure to have you in. Even though you've been rather cruel was the night with this bloody musk malarkey. How musk malarkey is. As always, get your pet photos, your hand checks, dad jokes, all that stuff up onto our local social media and the Discord. Definitely get in the Discord. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to leave your comments and ideas and all that shit. Even recipes, get it all in. We'll definitely mention it on the show. If you are watching on replay, where have you been? But and as always, please hit that like button on the way out. It does help the old algorithm for the YouTube. So all that being said and done, I shall say goodbye to you all, and I wish you all to stay safe, vape safe. See you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
You say you're getting old, but what do you know about what's to come? 'Cause what the future holds,